night dwellers. Welcome in. Testing, testing. Tonight is the finale of the Crimson Queen. Hello everyone. Hey Pamela, hey Palm, hey Kim, hey Pink. Let's get everyone in here that we can. Tonight's gonna be crazy. Yes, Melanie, the finale. Hey, Lorraine. It has been such a struggle for me today. It's always tough when one of my books comes to an end. Let's start sharing, reposting, sharing to your live, share the live, share it to your FYF. What else? Try not to be emotional tonight. I know. Hello, Bryant. Welcome in. So good to see you. Hello, Amy. Hello, darling. I know, Kim. I know. Just hang tight. Have your box of tissues handy. You just never know what's going to happen with me and this story. Hello, Shirley. Welcome in. I thought tonight I would play the original music that we started out the story with. I'll be switching here in a minute to another favorite song of mine, with Blood in the Snow. Let's like, comment, Do you like scary stories? Hit that follow button and the notification bell and never miss another Twisted Tales Live. Hey, Monkey Rainbow. Well, I try. Hello, Bryant. So good to see you in here. Welcome in. Hey, Goddess Lovely. Welcome in. Hey, Julie. That's the spirit, Pink. You're excited for more. Everyone start sharing, start tapping, start reposting. Let's get this live out there. Hello, X. Do I have my tissues handy? Making sure. Minutes. Welcome to Twisted Tales Live. I am your host, Bryn Morgan. I'm a horror author, and I'm also a lover of scary stories. Tonight we are going to be doing the finale of Crimson Queen. I will warn you, night dwellers, this is going to be a long night. We're going to finish it up. Drive safely, Lorraine. 3 minutes. Yay, Pink. She's gonna stay for the story. You don't want to miss this ending. Paul, thank you for the beautiful roses. Hey, Rhonda. Welcome in. I was trying to think the other day when I started telling this story. I think it was in the summer. We have definitely been here a while. I suggest you have a box of tissues handy, ladies and gentlemen. If you've been sticking with the story, one minute. Welcome, night dwellers, to the night realm. I am the Night Queen, and tonight I am going to tell you the rest of the Crimson Queen. I have a question for you. Do you like vampires? When we last left the Crimson Queen, Ella had been captured by Morwen's drakes, powerful dragon that flew her to the Thornspire Mountains and took her captive, chaining her to an altar of obsidian stone. When Ian found out that his beloved queen had been captured, well, he exhibited rage, ended up unaliving the 2 soldiers that were put in her charge. And now, he has found out where she is. Will he find Ella? Will she be queen still? There's a lot of reading tonight, so snuggle up. Here we go. Hey, Amber Dowdy. We have a way of how we do story time on here, don't we, Night Dwellers? Let's begin. Lower your lights. You don't want to lock your doors tonight. Light a candle for ambiance. Pull your curtains nice and tight. wrap yourself in your warmest blanket to avoid the chills that will surely crawl up your spine. And let me see in the comments. Let's go, Bryn. Hey, Ray Bab, you locked the bathroom door. I hear it. I will be moving around quite a bit tonight to tell the story. Ella lay perfectly still on the obsidian altar, her body rigid from hours of being chained in the same position. The cold of the stone having long since seeped into her bones. Her eyes, pale blue irises rimmed with the red glow of vampire night vision, tracked every shadow, every movement in the vast cavern around her. Stalactites hanging like stone fangs above, stalagmites rising from the floor like grave markers. The sickly green crystals pulsing with Morwen's magic, their light just enough to make the darkness seem deeper, more oppressive. Silence. Complete and absolute silence, except for occasional drips of water somewhere in the distance, a sound that seemed to echo forever in this tomb-like space. And then she heard it. Footsteps. Ella's entire body went rigid. She lay very still. The sound was distant but unmistakable. Steady rhythm of boots on stone. Descending stairs she couldn't see, coming from somewhere above. The footsteps continued, measured, unhurried, the pace of someone who had all the time in the world. And then there was light. Faint at first, just a glow reflecting off stone walls somewhere beyond her line of sight. Growing brighter. Closer. Lantern light, warm and flickering, so different from the cold green pulse of the crystals. The footsteps descended further, reached the bottom of the stairs, and began to cross the cavern floor, heading directly toward the altar from behind Ella. She listened carefully. She knew Morwen's footsteps. These were not hers. Hello? Silence. Hello? I know you're there. She tried to sound proud and confident, but in the darkness chained to an altar, her voice betrayed her fear. You're not Morwen. child. Who are you then? Show yourself. And then a figure stepped into the light. Tall, so tall, at least 6'4" or 5, towering even from a distance. He walked around the altar to the front and stood. Broad shoulders, lean, powerful build. And as he moved closer, stepping fully into the lantern light and raising it up in front of his face, Ella's breath caught in her throat. No. No, not quite. She didn't even fully get the name out. The young man raised one finger and whacked it back and forth, carefully, slowly, almost playfully. No, he said, his voice deep and rich and devastatingly smooth. But I look like him, don't I? He stepped closer to the altar, holding the lantern higher so she could see his face even clearer. Ella was speechless. He looked like Aidan Blackstone. The same bone structure, the high cheekbones, the strong jaw, the aristocratic features. The same dark hair falling to his shoulders in thick waves. But perfected, more refined, more striking than his father. Every feature that had made Aidan handsome was taken and enhanced into something almost otherworldly in its beauty. Being his son, the young man continued, his lips curving into a smile that was both seductive and dangerous. I should be the carbon copy of Aidan Blackstone. An expression passed over Ella's face. Shock, disbelief, horror. Your father, she managed. The young man's smile widened. Oh yes, he said, setting the lantern down on the edge of the altar. Allow me to properly introduce myself. He straightened to his full, impressive height. My name is Lucian Blackstone, sired by Aidan Blackstone, my queen, born of Kalitza Veyron. Ella's eyes widened. Kalitza. She remembered the wedding, the blood rage, that she was pregnant. But you're a man, Ella said, confusion and horror mixing in her voice. You should be an infant. Lucian's laugh was soft and amused. Well, he said, gesturing to his fully grown body with casual confidence, I grew rather quickly. Morwen's magic accelerated my growth. I am 25 and shall forever remain 25. He turned slightly, as if showing himself off. I think I turned out all right. Don't you? And as Ella watched, something changed in his eyes. The red began to shift, to lighten, to transform into a brilliant, blazing silver, the signature of the Blackstone heir. Lucian stared down at her, his silver eyes roaming over her face, her body, taking in every detail. But I didn't come here to discuss my parentage, he said softly. He moved to the side of the altar, and Ella saw him reach for something. A lever, built into the stone platform beneath the obsidian. I came here, Lucian continued, his hand closing around the lever, because I wanted to see you properly. Not lying down like some sacrifice, waiting for the blade. His silver eyes blazed. I want to see you as my equal, Queen Ella, face to face, so I can fully understand what made my father lose his mind. And he pulled the lever. The sound was immediate, a deep grinding stone against stone of ancient mechanisms awakening. The altar beneath Ella began to move, rotating, tilting, turning from horizontal to vertical with smooth precision. The chains adjusted automatically, and within seconds, the altar had rotated 90 degrees. Ella found herself standing, her back pressed against the now vertical obsidian, her wrist chained above her head, arms stretched up, her ankles chained at the base. The position displayed her rather than restrained her. And Lucian stood directly in front of her now. Close. So close she could feel the heat radiating from his body. Close enough to see every detail of his face. The sharp planes, the full lips, the silver eyes that burned with hunger. There, he breathed, his voice rough, much bitter. He took a step closer, and now only inches separated them. Ella, standing against the altar, chained and on display. Lucian standing before her, free to move, to touch, to do whatever he wanted. He was tall. Ella had to crane her neck to look up at him. Even standing, even at her full height, he soared over her. Do you have any idea? Lucian said softly, his hand coming up to trace the line of her jaw. How exquisite you are. His fingers trailed down her throat, feeling her pulse hammering. Oh yes, I see it now, he murmured, his other hand coming up to cup her face. see now why my father went insane. Why he was willing to destroy everything for you. Why he became obsessed with you. Why he lost all reason and control. His silver eyes roamed over her face with reverent fascination. His fingers roamed over her cheekbones. Your bone structure, like something carved from marble by an artist who understood perfection. His thumb traced her lower lip. Your mouth. Gods, I understand why he wanted to claim it. Both hands now framed her face, holding her still, forcing her to look at him. Your eyes. Look at your eyes. That pale blue, like ice and moonlight. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin. You're beautiful, Ella Snow. Devastatingly, impossibly beautiful. And now, standing here before me, chained and unable to escape, his voice dropped to something darker. Now I get to see what exactly drove him mad. In the back of her mind, beneath the fear and the unwanted awareness of his proximity, Ella was analyzing. Stay calm. Stay focused. He's revealing information. Listen, learn, find his weakness. I've never been with a woman before. But I'm not here just to admire you. Lucian continued, one hand moving from her face to her shoulder. I'm here to tell you what's coming, what tomorrow night will bring. His fingers traced her collarbone through the fabric of her armor. This altar you're chained to, it's called an altar of transference, Queen. Ancient magic, older than the vampire kingdoms, older than the Crimson Moon itself. He began working at the laces of her armor with practiced ease. Tomorrow night, when the Crimson Moon reaches its apex, Morwenth will perform a ritual here. Oh yes, look at me. Look at me. Ella looked at him with defiance. One she's been preparing since she broke free. The laces came loose, and his fingers slipped beneath her armor. She's going to sever your connection to the Crimson Moon. That bond that makes you queen, that power that the moon gave you when it chose you. He pulled the armor open, revealing the white blouse underneath. And she's going to transfer that connection to me. His silver eyes met hers. Is that all? Ella asked. Does that not bother you? I will become the Crimson King, not chosen by the moon, but crowned by magic far older, given dominion over this kingdom through ritual and sacrifice. His hands moved to the stays of her blouse, beginning to loosen them one by one. And my first act as king. The stays came free, the fabric parted, revealing pale skin beneath. Will be to take you right here on this very altar tomorrow night, while the ritual still burns in the air around us. Ella's breath caught, her mind racing. He's going to. No. Focus. Stay calm, Queen. Lucian's hand spread flat against her sternum, feeling her heart racing. Do you know the best part? He asked, his voice taking on something cruel. Your husband, my uncle, will be there to watch. Ella's eyes widened. Who is? Lucian said, satisfaction evident in his voice. Ian Blackstone. The man you married. The man you chose over my father. His hand moved lower, tracing the curve of her breast through the thin fabric of her blouse. Mormont has plans for him, you know. He pulled a lace free. He'll be captured, restrained, forced to witness as I claim you. He leaned closer, his lips near her ear. What a magnificent display of power that will be, don't you think, Ella Snow? The Crimson King taking his predecessor's body while her husband watches helplessly? His voice dropped to a whisper. Tell me. He pulled another lace loose, revealing more skin. Do you think Ian will want to kill me? Do you think he'll rage and scream and try to break free? Do you think it will destroy him to watch me do what I want to you? What he can't prevent? Ella forced herself to remain still, to show no reaction, even as rage and horror churned inside her. He's trying to break you, Ella. Don't give him the satisfaction. And after I've claimed you, Lucian continued, his hand now cupping her breast, his thumb brushing across it. After I made you mine in front of your husband, his other hand moved to her small waist. I'm going to destroy everything you love. One by one. Ian burst. Snap. Then Marcus. Snap. Then Maelor. Snap. Seraphina. Snap. How did he know all these names, Ella thought. Nera. Snap. Everyone who ever stood by your side. His hands were moving now, one sliding down her stomach, the other working at the fastenings of her trousers. I'm going to take everything you built. Everything you fought for. And I'm going to remake it in my image. The fastenings came loose. Your kingdom will become mine. Your people will bow to me. And your memory will be nothing but a cautionary tale about queens who executed the wrong men. His hand slipped beneath the waistband of her trousers, lower, lower. But first, he murmured, his hand pressing against her mound through the final thin barrier of fabric. I want to show you just a little bit of what tomorrow night will bring. His fingers begin to move, slow circles, applying pressure designed to elicit response. I want to see you react, Ella Snow. I want to hear you gasp. I want to see the Crimson Queen lose control under my touch. He increased the pressure, his other hand moving to cup her breast more firmly. Come on, beautiful Ella, he murmured against her neck. Show me what my father saw. Show me why you're worth destroying kingdoms for. His lips brushed against her throat, his teeth grazing her pulse point. Respond to me. Let me hear you moan. Let your body admit what your mind refuses. You know it feels good. That you want more. His hand between her legs moved in more deliberate patterns now, seeking reaction, seeking surrender. It was the first woman that he had ever touched. He knew what they wanted. He had read about it. But Ella remained absolutely still, like stone, like the obsidian behind her, her face expressionless, her breathing controlled despite the racing of her heart, her body refusing to respond no matter what he did. I will not give him this. I will not give him anything. Lucian's movements became more insistent, more demanding. His hand cupped her breast roughly, squeezing. His fingers between her legs pressed harder, circling faster. His mouth on her neck became more aggressive, teeth scraping skin. React to me, he commanded, his voice taking on an edge of frustration. Gasp! Moan! Something! But Ella remained silent, immobile, unyielding, and it infuriated him. Why won't you? Lucian pulled back, his silver eyes blazing with anger and frustrated desire. Every woman responds to this touch. It's biological. It's unavoidable. So why? He grabbed her face with one hand, forcing her to look at him, his other hand still between her legs, still trying to elicit some reaction. Respond, he growled, but Ella just stared at him with cold, defiant eyes. I will never give you what you want, she said, her voice steady and hard as steel. Never. Never will I respond. Never will I surrender. You can touch me however you want. It changes nothing. I am the Crimson Queen, and I will not break for you or any other man. Lucian's jaw clenched, his fingers digging into her face almost painfully. Then with a sound of frustration, he crashed his lips against hers. Demanding, punishing, trying to force a response through sheer intensity. His tongue swept into her mouth, his hand tightening in her hair, his body pressing against hers fully, and for a moment, Ella remained perfectly still. Then, she bit hard, Her fangs extended and sinking deep into his lower lip, tearing flesh, drawing blood in a hot rush that filled both of their mouths. Lucian jerked back with a roar of pain and rage, his hand flying to his mouth. Blood poured from the wound, not just a trickle, but a genuine flow, dripping down his chin, staining his expensive black clothing. His fangs extended fully, long and sharp and gleaming white, even through the blood. And Ella's fangs were visible too, also fully extended, also dripping with his blood. They stared at each other, both breathing hard, both with fangs bared, both with the silver and red eyes blazing.
You will pay for this.
And for the first time, Lucian snarled, and for the first time his controlled facade cracked completely. I am the Crimson Queen, Ella said coldly, and you are nothing but Aiden Blackstone's bastard son. You will never have me, never break me, never make me yours. Lucian wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, his silver eyes burning with rage and something darker. You say that now, but just wait until tomorrow night, he said, his voice low and dangerous. Wait until you are dying on this altar and I'm inside you and there's nothing you can do to stop me. He leaned close again, close enough that she could see his fangs clearly, could see the wound still bleeding. You won't deny me then, Ella Snow. When you're weak from blood loss, and the ritual is burning through you and your husband is screaming from where he's chained. His smile was terrible. You won't have the strength to resist. You won't be able to stay stone cold and unresponsive. You'll feel every thrust, every touch, every moment of me claiming what my father died trying to take. He reached for the lever, and when I'm done, when I've used your body for however long I wish, when you're too weak to fight, he pulled the lever, and the altar began rotating back down. Then, I'll let you die. The altar lowered Ella back to horizontal position, and within seconds she was lying on her back again, staring up at the darkness. Lucian's face appeared above her one last time, blood still dripping from his lip onto her face. Tomorrow night, Crimson Queen. That's where everything you are, everything you fought for, ends, and I will savor every moment of your destruction. He picked up the lantern and turned away, walking toward the stairs. Sleep well, he called back, his voice echoing through the cavern. Dream of what's coming. Dream of your husband watching as I make you mine. Dream of everyone you love dying while you're helpless to stop it. The light retreated, climbing the stairs, leaving darkness in its wake. Tomorrow, Queen Ella, you will learn that some debts can never be repaid. Tomorrow, Aiden Blackstone's son takes everything. And then he was gone. The cavern plunged into absolute black, and Ella was alone. Blood, his blood, still on her lips and tongue, her blouse still open from his hands, her body still bearing the phantom sensation of his touches. But inside, she was still, cold, hard, unbroken. Ian will come, she told herself. They will find me before tomorrow night. They have to. Because if they didn't, if she truly faced what Lucian had described, then at least she would die knowing that she fought. That she refused to give him even a moment's response. That she'd drawn his blood and shown him that the Crimson Queen would never bow. Not to torture, not to violation, not even to death itself. She was Ella Snow, the Crimson Queen, and she would remain so until her last breath. The command tent at Blackstone was organized chaos. Maps covered every surface, detailed typographical charts of the Thornspire Mountains, marked with search grids and potential routes. Warriors moved in and out with military precision, gathering supplies, checking weapons, preparing for a mission that everyone knew was desperate. Ian stood at the center of it all, his silver eyes fixed on a specific map, the one showing the northeastern mountain range where Nira's vision had led him, where Ella was imprisoned, where his wife had been held captive for hours. Too long, far too long. He was dressed for battle, armor polished and secured, sword blessed with Alira's light strapped to his back, multiple daggers at his belt and boots. He looked like death incarnate. His face was carved from cold fury. His eyes blazed with barely concealed violence. His entire body radiated the kind of dangerous energy that made even seasoned warriors give him a wide berth. "The strike force is assembled, Your Majesty," Marcus reported, entering the tent. 50 warriors, our strongest and fastest, all volunteers. "Weapon status?" Ian demanded without looking up from the map. "Every blade blessed by Alira, every arrow tipped with light magic. We're as prepared as we can be." "But it won't be enough," Alira said, entering behind Marcus. The Witch of Light looked exhausted, her white hair disheveled, her turquoise eyes shadowed with strain, her skin paler than usual. She'd been working non-stop since the vision, pouring her magic into preparations, into trying to find any weakness in Morwen's wards, into blessing enough weapons to arm the strike force. "What do you mean?" "Those barriers around Ella's location are stronger than anything I've encountered," she continued, moving to the map table. "There are 10 layers of the most powerful concealment and defensive magic that I've ever seen. Breaking through will require—" "I don't care what it requires," Ian interrupted, his voice flat and hard. "We're breaking through. Today. Now." "Ian," Seraphina said. "Don't, Mother." Ian cut her off, his eyes finally lifting from the map to sweep across everyone assembled. "Don't tell me that it's too dangerous. Don't tell me that we need more time. Don't tell me that we should wait for reinforcements or better intelligence or any of that." His hands clenched into fist on the table. "My wife, your queen, has been in Morwen's hands for hours now. Every hour we wait is another hour that she's alone. Every hour she's suffering. Every hour is another hour that bitch has to do God knows what to her." His voice dropped to something cold and lethal. "So we're going now. and we're bringing her home, or we're dying in the attempt. Those are the only two options. The tent fell silent. Then Maelor stepped forward. The warriors are ready, Your Majesty. We await your command. Ian nodded once, sharp and decisive. Alira, you'll lead the assault on the wards. Nira, you'll guide us to the exact location from your vision. Marcus, you'll command the left flank. Maelor the right. Mother, I want you to... I'm coming with you, his mother said firmly. Mother, I'm coming. Seraphina repeated, her ancient eyes blazing with determination. Ella is my daughter by marriage. I love her as my own. And I will not sit here while my son rides into battle to rescue her. We go together. Ian stared at her for a long moment and then nodded. Fine. You're with me in the center. He turned back to the map, tracing the route with one finger. 40 miles northeast, the 3 peaks arranged in a triangle. The central peak with the split summit. That's our target. Yes. Nira identified the entrance 2/3 of the north face, hidden by illusion magic. She will dispel the illusion when we arrive. We will do it together. Fine. Once inside, we follow the passages down. Nira's vision showed approximately 3 miles of descent through the mountain before we reached the cavern where Ella is held. Ian looked up, his silver eyes blazing. That is where the real fight will begin. Morwen's wards, if they are as you said, protect that final chamber. Breaking through will alert her to our presence. She'll throw everything she has at us. Shadow Warriors, Drakes, her own magic. Don't worry about that, Your Majesty. Morwen isn't the only one who can create a form of travel. What do you mean? You shall see. All right. We hold the line. We buy Alira time to breach the wards, and the instant those barriers fall, I'm going in for Ella. His voice took on the edge that made everyone in the tent shiver. And if Morwenth is there, if that ancient witch is anywhere near my wife, his hand moved to his sword hilt, I will unalive her, slowly, while she screams. Your Majesty, Nira spoke up hesitantly. There's something else that you should know from my vision. Ian's attention snapped to her. What? Nira swallowed hard, clearly reluctant to continue. The altar that the Queen is chained to, it's not just for imprisonment. It has a purpose, a function. What kind of function? Ian demanded. Ritual sacrifice, Alira answered when Nira hesitated. That altar is designed for transferring power from one being to another. It's ancient magic, Your Majesty. Very dark, very powerful. Ice flooded Ian's veins. What are you saying? I'm saying, Alira continued, her voice grave, that Morwen didn't capture Ella just to torment her. She captured her for a specific purpose. A ritual. What ritual? Ian's voice had dropped to something dangerous. One that would sever Ella's connection to the Crimson Moon and transfer it to someone else. The tent went absolutely silent. Who? Marcus asked quietly. I don't know yet, Alira admitted. But whoever it is, they would become the new ruler, crowned not by the moon, but by stolen power, and Ella would die. Ian finished, his voice hollow. Yes. Ian's hands were shaking, not with fear, but with barely controlled rage. When? He asked quietly, too quietly. When would this ritual happen? Alira glanced at Nira, who looked terrified to answer. Tell me, Ian commanded. I'm not sure, Your Grace, but I do feel that it will be soon. I know that tomorrow night the Crimson Moon reaches its apex, and that would be when the ritual will be its most powerful, when the connection between the moon and its chosen queen would be strongest, and therefore when it could be severed and transferred. He straightened, his face transforming from grief to cold determination. We leave now, to break through those wards, to get Ella out of there before that ritual can happen. He looked at each person in the tent. Let's go and recognize and release our queen from this bondage. He moved toward the tent entrance. We leave in 10 minutes. Anyone not ready stays behind. Everyone else. He looked back, and his silver eyes burned with absolute conviction. Everyone else is about to see what happens when you take something from a Blackstone, who actually loves his wife and his queen. 10 minutes later, Ian, Nira, Maelor, Marcus, Seraphina, Alira, and 50 of their warriors, the strongest, fastest, most experienced fighters that Blackstone possessed, were all flying in a tight formation. All flying in a tight formation on creatures created by Alira, her own drakes. Their wings were beating in synchronized rhythm, heading northeast toward the Thornspire Mountains. Ian led from the center, Seraphina on his right, Marcus on his left. Alira flew slightly ahead on her drake, her white hair streaming behind her like a banner, her body glowing faintly with power as she navigated. Nira flew close to Alira, her eyes distant and unfocused as she accessed her visions, guiding them toward the exact location she'd seen. And behind them, warriors on their own drakes, armed with light-blessed weapons, their faces grim with determination, knowing they were flying toward a battle that many of them wouldn't survive. But not one had hesitated to volunteer, because this was for their queen, for Ella Snow, who refused to surrender even when facing certain death, who led them to victory against impossible odds, who deserved every ounce of loyalty that they could give. The flight was brutal. The 40 miles into the mountains meant navigating treacherous winds, sudden updrafts, air currents that could smash a flyer into rock if they weren't careful. But the Drakes maneuvered easily. The strike force flew with reckless speed, pushing their limits, driven by the knowledge that every minute counted. Ian set a punishing pace, faster than was safe, faster than most warriors could maintain for long. Alira wanted to say something, but they did not. No one complained. No one fell behind. They could see their king's desperation, could sense his barely controlled terror for his wife, and they matched his speed through sheer force of will. 2 hours into the flight, the 3 peaks appeared on the horizon. Arranged in a triangle, exactly as Nira had described. The central peak with its split summit rising higher than its companions, black stone gleaming in the crimson moon's light. "There!" Nira called out, pointing. "That's the location from my vision!" Ian Drake's wings beat faster, pulling ahead of the formation. "Your Majesty! Wait!" Marcus called, but Ian wasn't waiting, wasn't slowing. His Drake was diving toward the central peak with reckless speed, his entire being focused on one thing. "Ella." "I'm coming," he said. "Hold on just a little longer. I'm coming." The strike force followed, descending toward the north face of the peak, toward where Nira had seen the hidden entrance in her vision. The Drakes landed on a narrow ledge 2/3 of the way up, barely wide enough to accommodate all 50 warriors. Ian was already at the rock face, his hands on the stone, searching. "Where?" he demanded, looking back at Nira. "Where's the entrance?" Nira moved forward, her eyes closed, her hand outstretched. She landed on her Drake. "Here," she said, jumping off, her fingers touching what looked like solid rock. "Right here, but it's hidden. Illusion magic. I can feel it, but I can't." "Move aside, girl," Alira commanded. The Witch of Light stepped forward, her hands beginning to glow with brilliant white light. She placed both palms flat against the rock face and began to chant in a language so ancient that none of the warriors recognized it. The light from her hands intensified, spreading across the stone like water, revealing. "It's here, somewhere. We're close." "There, a crevice. Narrow but tall, easily missed if you weren't looking for it, but definitely real beneath the illusion." "That's it," Nira breathed. "That's the entrance from my vision." Ian didn't hesitate. He squeezed through the crevice, his armor scraping against stone, his wings folding tight against his back. Darkness swallowed him immediately, the kind of absolute black that came from being inside a mountain where no light had ever reached. But his vampire eyes adjusted quickly, and he could see a passage leading down into the mountain, down toward Ella. "Move!" he called back to the others. "Everyone through! Now!" Warriors began filing through the crevice, one by one, moving as quickly as the narrow space allowed. Marcus, Maelor, Seraphina, Alira, Anira and the 50 warriors who volunteered to storm a fortress to save their queen. When the last warrior was through, Alira conjured light, spheres of brilliant white that floated ahead of them, illuminating the passage. And Ian saw what lay ahead. Stairs, carved from living rock, descending into the darkness. 3 miles down, he remembered, 3 miles of descent before we reach her. He drew his sword, the blade immediately blazing with Alira's light. "Stay close," he commanded. "Stay alert. Morwen knows these caves. We don't. Assume every shadow hides a threat. Assume every passage could be a trap. We move fast, but careful. We don't stop, we don't rest, and we don't leave without the Queen. Understood?" "Yes, Your Majesty." 50 voices echoed through the passage. Ian turned back to the descending stairs and began the long descent into darkness. Toward Ella. Toward Morwenth. Toward a confrontation that would determine the fate of the Crimson Queen. Let's take a brief intermission, 10 minutes. When we come back, we will continue the reading of the Crimson Queen. I'll be right back. Thank you all for being here tonight. I am making popcorn. Oh, put lots of butter on it. So the fight begins. Yes, indeed. Make your popcorn, get your drink, enjoy yourselves. Your candy bar is on the way. Uh-oh. You're worried about how it's going to end, Turtle Woman? Thank you, X. Thank you for all the presents. Oh, that one is so cute. I love that. Thank you all for tapping and sharing and posting and doing all those good things, because that definitely helps. What do you think of Lucian? Four minutes. Is Lilith coming in to help? Right. Lilith? You mean Lilibet? He is very steamy. That's right, Bomb. That's right. Oh, for sure. 2 minutes. I had a lot of fun creating Lucian. I don't know, Melanie. 1 minute. Oh, the video content was absolutely amazing, X. So good. So good. All right, let's continue. Let me see in the chat. Let's continue, Bryn. The stairs seemed endless. Down and down and down, spiraling through the mountain's heart, carved by time or magic or something older than either. The walls pressed close, narrow enough that warriors had to proceed single file in many places, unable to spread out, unable to use their full combat capabilities if attacked. Perfect ambush territory. But no attack came. Just silence and darkness. And the knowledge that with every step they were descending deeper into Morwen's domain. Ian counted steps obsessively, 100, 200, 500, using the numbers to keep his mind focused to prevent him from spiraling into imagining what Ella might be enduring while he was still miles away. Stay strong for me, Ella. Please, just stay strong a little longer, he thought to himself. Behind him he could hear the steady footfalls of his warriors, the clink of armor, the soft glow of Alira's light spears casting dancing shadows on the walls, the occasional whispered communication as they navigated particularly treacherous sections. 1,000 steps, 2,000 steps. The air grew colder as they descended, carrying the scent of the deep earth and old magic. Green crystals began appearing in the walls, pulsing with sickly light. They made everyone's skin crawl. "It's Morwen's magic," Alira observed, and then said quietly, "These crystals are part of her ward network. They're how she's hiding Ella's location." "Can we destroy them?" Ian asked. "Not without alerting her to our presence, Your Majesty. The moment that we damage one, she'll know we're here." "Then we move carefully. No one touches the crystals." More steps. The passage opened into a vast chamber. Stalactites hanging like teeth, stalagmites rising like bones. A natural cathedral carved by water over millennia. A natural... Stop! Nira suddenly said, her voice sharp with warning. Everyone froze. What is it? Ian demanded. Nira's eyes were unfocused and distant. This chamber. I've seen it in my visions. It's... She didn't finish, because the chamber moved. What they thought were stalagmites suddenly shifted, rising, taking shape. Shadow warriors, dozens of them. Hidden in plain sight, camouflaged against the stone, waiting for exactly this moment. Ambush! Marcus roared, and the chamber erupted into chaos. Shadow warriors attacked from all directions, their forms melting out of darkness, their weapons materializing from shadow itself. But Blackstone's warriors were ready. Lightless blades met shadow warriors with explosive force. Alira's magic blazed through the chamber, driving back darkness, giving the warriors light to fight by. Ian was a whirlwind of violence, his sword cutting through shadow warriors with brutal efficiency, his movements powered by desperation and rage. Every enemy that fell was one obstacle between him and Ella removed. Every second of fighting was another second that she was alone. Too slow. This is taking too long. Push through, he roared. Don't stop. Keep fighting. Keep moving. The warriors responded immediately, fighting their way forward rather than standing and engaging, cutting through enemies, clearing a path, moving with desperate speed toward the passage on the far side of the chamber. Shadow warriors fell by the dozens, but more kept coming, pouring from side passages, materializing from darkness, seemingly endless. There are too many, Maelor called out. We need to reach the Queen! Ear interrupted, calling down and cutting 3 shadow warriors with a single sweeping strike. Nothing else matters! He reached the far passage and turned, waiting just long enough to make sure his warriors were following. Seraphina arrived next, her ancient face set with grim determination. Then Marcus, then Maelor, then Alira and Nira. And one by one, the 50 warriors fought their way through, leaving dozens of destroyed shadow warriors in their wake. Go! Ian commanded the moment the last warrior was through. Down! Keep moving! They plunged back into the descending passages, shadow warriors still pursuing, the sounds of combat echoing through stone corridors, but they were moving again, descending, getting closer. 5,000 steps. Another chamber, more shadow warriors, another brutal fight, more casualties. 3 warriors fell, overwhelmed by enemies, buying time for others to escape. Ian wanted to go back, wanted to save them, but Marcus grabbed his arm. They're gone, Your Majesty. And Ella needs you alive. Move! The passages grew more narrow, more twisted, more treacherous, but also warmer. The air was warming, carrying a different quality now, something else. Magic. Morwent's magic. We're close, Nira said, her voice tight with strain. Very close. I can feel it. And then the passage opened into another massive chamber, but this one was different. This one had walls covered in those pulsing green crystals. This one had an opening on the far side that led to yet another descending staircase. And standing in front of that opening, Morwen, the ancient witch herself, tall and terrible and beautiful in her cruelty, her serpent hair writhing, each snake head watching the arriving warriors with intelligent malevolence, her green eyes glowing with cold satisfaction. And beside her, a young man, tall, impossibly tall, beautiful, devastatingly so. with dark hair and eyes that blazed silver. Wearing expensive black clothing and a smile that was both seductive and cruel. Ian's blood turned to ice because he recognized those features, recognized the bone structure, the way the young man held himself, the aristocratic beauty that was painfully, horribly familiar.
Aiden. He looks like Aiden.
Welcome, Ian Blackstone, Morwen said, her voice echoing through the chamber. We've been expecting you. The young man's smile widened. Hello, Uncle, he said, and his voice was smooth and dark and absolutely devastating. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. My name is Lucian. I don't care who you are. Where is my wife? Is that any way to greet your kin? I am Lucian Blackstone, Aiden's son, and Ian's world tilted. Ian stared at the young man standing beside Morwen, his mind refusing to process what he was seeing, what he was hearing. Lucian Blackstone, he repeated. Lucian Blackstone, his voice barely above a whisper. Aiden's son. The young man, Lucian, smiled, and the expression was so painfully familiar it made Ian's chest constrict. It was certainly Aiden's smile. Seductive, dangerous, cruel, but refined, perfect. Yes, Lucian said, taking a step forward, his silver eyes, black stone eyes, fixed on Ian with unsettling intensity. Your brother's son, which makes you my uncle. Uncle Ian. I like the sound of that. He tilted his head, studying Ian with the air of someone examining an interesting specimen. Uncle Ian, the good brother, the one who married the woman my father wanted, the one who gets to play a hero while his smile widened. I'm the bastard son no one knew existed. The child born from my mother's brief liaison with Aiden before your precious Ella executed him. Ian's hand tightened on his sword hilt, his silver eyes blazing with barely controlled violence. Where's my wife? He grated out, each word forced through clenched teeth. Morwen laughed, the sound echoing through the chamber like broken glass. Oh, patience, Ian Blackstone. Patience, patience, patience. Haven't you ever heard that patience is a virtue? She moved closer, her serpent hair coiling with pleasure, each snake head tasting the air. You will see her in time. But not yet. But first, she gestured to Lucian. First, my beautiful boy has something to say to you. Lucian stepped forward again, and Ian realized with cold shock that his nephew, Aiden's son, was taller than he was. 6'4" at least, probably 6'5", towering, powerful, dangerous, and far, far too young to be this grown. I know your thoughts, Uncle. Morwen accelerated my growth, made me into a weapon. Are you wanting to fight me, Uncle? Try it. So here's how this is going to work, Uncle. Lucian said, his voice smooth and commanding. You and your little rescue party are going to surrender willingly right now. The hell we are, Marcus snarled, stepping forward with the sword raised. Lucian's eyes flicked to Marcus with casual disdain. Oh, you will. Because if you don't surrender willingly, his silver eyes blazed, you'll be taken by force. And I promise you, Uncle Ian, if we have to take you by force, he leaned closer, his voice dropping to something cold and lethal, you will never see Ella again. Not alive, anyway. Morwenth will ensure she dies slowly, painfully, alone in the dark, and you'll spend whatever time you have left knowing you were so close to saving her, but failed because of your pride. Ian's entire body went rigid. Behind him, he could feel his warrior's tension, ready to fight, ready to die if necessary. But Lucian's words had hit their mark. If you don't surrender, you'll never see her again. However, Lucian continued reading Ian's internal struggle with obvious satisfaction. If you surrender willingly, if you lay down your weapons and submit to Morwenth's bindings, his smile was dark and knowing, then I give you my word as a Blackstone. You'll see your wife before the end. How do I know you'll keep your word? Ian demanded, his voice harsh. Because unlike my father, Lucian said, his silver eyes blazing with something complicated, I am a man of my word. When I make a promise, I keep it. He stepped even closer until he and Ian were nearly face to face. Surrender now. Let Morwenth bind you and your warriors, and I will personally take you to Ella. You'll see her, touch her, speak to her. His voice dropped to a whisper. Of course, whatever happens after that, well, that's a different story. But you'll have your reunion. That's what matters, isn't it? Seeing her one last time before... He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Before she dies. Ian's mind raced, analyzing options, calculating odds. If they fought, they were outnumbered, surrounded, deep in Morwenth's territory with shadow warriors still pouring from side passages. They might win, might fight through to whatever Ella was imprisoned, but they would lose warriors, probably most of them. And if Morwenth decided to kill Ella out of spite before they could reach her, he would never forgive himself. But if they surrendered, if they gave up their weapons, let themselves be bound, they'd be completely at Morwenth's mercy, helpless, unable to fight when the moment came. But I'd see Ella. I know she was alive. And I would be with her. Ian, no! Seraphina said quietly behind him, reading his thoughts in his face. Don't do this! We can fight our way through! And risk Morwenth killing Ella before we reach her, Ian asked, not looking away from Lucian. Risk having come all this way only to arrive too late. We can't surrender, Your Majesty, Marcus protested. Your Majesty! If we give up our weapons, we're... Dead anyway. Ian finished. I know, but at least this way I get to see her first. At least this way I get to tell her. His voice caught. At least I get to say goodbye. How touching, Morwenth said, mockery evident in her tone. The devoted husband willing to sacrifice everything for one final moment with his beloved. She moved closer, her green eyes gleaming. Very well. I accept your surrender. You and your warriors will lay down your weapons now, and I will bind you with magic that will prevent any resistance. And Lucian will take you to Ella. She smiled coldly. Of course, you should know that tomorrow night, when the crimson moon reaches its apex, your precious queen's reign will be over. And Ella will die in the process. Ian's hands clenched so hard his nails drew blood from his palms. But that's tomorrow night, Morwen continued. You have until then hours to spend with your wife before she's taken from you forever. She spread her hands. So what will it be, Ian Blackstone? Will you surrender and see Ella? Or will you fight and doom her to die alone? Ian looked at Lucian, at Aiden's son, at his nephew, at this young man who'd been twisted into a weapon by Morwen's magic. Then he looked back at his warriors, and Marcus, who'd fought beside him, and Maelor, who'd become a trusted friend, and his mother, whose ancient eyes were filled with grief and understanding, and Alira, whose light blazed even here in the darkness, at the 50 warriors who'd volunteered to storm a fortress to save their queen. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I'm so sorry, but I have to see her. I have to know that she's alive. He dropped his sword. The light-blessed blade clattered against stone, the sound echoing through the chamber like a death knell. Your Majesty, don't! Marcus began. That's an order, Marcus, Ian said, his voice hard. Everyone drops their weapons, now! For a moment, no one moved. Then slowly, reluctantly, weapons began hitting the ground. Swords, daggers, arrows, one by one, Blackstone's warriors disarmed themselves, surrendering, choosing their queen's life over their own. When the last weapon had fallen, Morwen raised her hands and began to chant. Dark magic poured from her, thick and oily and wrong, wrapping around each warrior like serpents. Shadow chains materialized, binding wrists and ankles, rendering everyone immobile. Ian felt the chains close around him, cold and suffocating and absolutely unbreakable. Felt his vampire strength become useless against their grip. Felt himself become truly, completely helpless. But he kept his eyes on Lucian. You gave your word, Ian said, as a Blackstone. You said you'd take me to Ella. Lucian smiled, that devastating, terrible smile. I did, and I will. He gestured, and several shadow warriors moved forward, grabbing Ian roughly. Uncle Ian is coming with you. Morwen has found appropriate accommodations for you all. You won't get to see her just yet, Lucian said. You lied. Just a little. You will have a reunion with your wife today. They descended further into the mountain, down passages that grew narrower, colder, more impressive. Green crystals pulsed in the walls with increasing frequency, their sickly light making Ian's skin crawl. Lucian walked ahead, moving with confident grace, completely at ease in this place of darkness. Ian and Serafina followed, dragged by the shadow warriors. Sorry, Ian and Seraphina followed, dragged by shadow warriors, their chains making every moment difficult. "You know, Uncle," Lucian said conversationally, not looking back, "I've been looking forward to this moment, to meeting you properly, Uncle Ian. Don't call me that, but that's what you are," Lucian said, glancing back with that infuriating smile. "My uncle? Family. Blood. You are no family of mine. You're Aiden's bastard." Ian spat, nothing more. Lucian's smile faltered slightly, just for a moment before returning. "Bastard or not, I'm still a Blackstone. I carry the name, the blood." He stopped and turned to face Ian fully. "And soon, I'll carry the crown." His silver eyes blazed. "Your wife's crown, taken from her dying body and placed on my head. How does that feel, Uncle? Knowing that everything Ella fought for will belong to me." Ian lunged forward, or tried to. The shadow warriors held him back and the chains bit into his wrist, but he strained against them anyway, driven by rage so profound it bordered on madness. "I'm going to unalive you," he promised, his voice deadly quiet. "I don't know how. I don't know when. But I swear on everything that I am, I'm going to unalive you. For what I've done? Uncle, I haven't done anything. Not yet." He stepped closer, close enough that Ian could see his father in every feature. "But tomorrow night," his voice dropped to a whisper, "tomorrow night, Uncle, I'm going to do everything to her." While you watch, while you're helpless to stop it, while you understand that you failed to save the woman you love. Ian tried to lunge again, but the shadow warriors held him. Lucian laughed, genuinely amused, and turned back to continue descending. "Come along, Uncle. Your wife is waiting. I'm sure she'll be delighted to see you." They descended further. The passages opened into a vast cavern so large the ceiling disappeared into darkness, even with Ian's enhanced vision. And in the center was an altar, black obsidian polished to mirror smoothness, and on that altar was Ella. Ian's breath stopped. His wife, chained to the altar, lying on her back, pale blonde hair spread across black stone. Alive. She was alive. "Ella!" The name tore from his throat like a scream. And in the cavern below, on that altar, Ella's head turned. Her pale blue eyes rimmed with the red glow of vampire vision found his, and Ian saw recognition, hope, love. "Ian," she breathed, and even from this distance he heard it. "Take me to her," Ian demanded, whirling on Lucian. "Now! You gave your word!" Lucian smiled, satisfied that he delivered exactly what he'd promised. "Of course, Uncle. A Blackstone always keeps his word." He gestured to the shadow warriors. "Chain him to the wall. Let the devoted husband have his reunion from a distance." "I'm going to unalive you! I'm going to unalive you!" "I count on it." Shadow Warriors began dragging Ian and Seraphina and Marcus, Malor, to the wall. And with every step, Ian's heart hammered harder. All he could think of is, she's alive, thank all the gods she's alive. But he could see, even from there, the strain in her face, the way that chains bit into her wrists and ankles, the exhaustion in her eyes. What has Morwen done to her? What has Lucian done to her? The questions burned through his mind, but they would have to wait, because in moments he would be chained, and he would not be able to get to her. In the vast chamber where Morwen had bound the warriors, chaos still reigned. Shadow warriors moved among the captives, dragging them toward side passages, separating the 50 warriors into groups, preparing to imprison them in whatever cells or dungeons that Morwen had prepared. Marcus struggled against its chains, cursing violently as shadow warriors chained him to the walls. Malor was already gone, dragged down a different passage, his protest echoing through stone corridors. Alira stood motionless, her white hair disheveled, her turquoise eyes blazing with fury as Morwen herself approached. Alira. Dear, sweet Alira. The Witch of Light, Morwen said with cold satisfaction, captured, bound, helpless. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. This isn't over, Morwen, Alira said quietly. You haven't won yet. Haven't I? Morwen gestured at the bound warriors and the shadow warriors dragging them away. Your king has surrendered. Your warriors are being imprisoned. Your queen is chained to my altar. And tomorrow night, when the moon reaches its apex, everything that you fought for, Mina, Alira, everything that you fought for ends. She leaned closer, her serpent hair coiling near Alira's face. You've already lost, Witch of Light. You just don't know it yet. Morwen turned away, gesturing to the shadow warriors. I want you to take her to the deepest cells, the ones that I have warded against light magic. I want you as far from Ella as possible, and bind her with triple chains. She's too dangerous to risk. Shadow warriors moved forward, grabbing Alira roughly. What about the others? One of the shadow warriors asked, its voice like grinding stone. I changed my mind. I want them all imprisoned in Ella's chamber. I want them all to see tomorrow night just how powerful I really am. The soldiers, I want them in different cells, scatter them, different levels. I want them separated, isolated, unable to coordinate any resistance. She swept from the chamber, following the path that Lucian had taken with Ian and Seraphina. The shadow warriors began their work, dragging captives away one by one, following Morwen's orders with mechanical precision. Within minutes, the chamber was nearly empty. Only a handful of shadow warriors remained, standing guard over the last few captives waiting to be moved. And in the corner, hidden in shadows so deep that they seemed almost solid, a figure crouched. hidden in shadows so deep they seemed almost solid. A figure crouched, breathing, watching, waiting. Nira pressed herself against the cold stone wall, her entire body trembling with the effort, maintaining the shadow magic she'd wrapped around herself. She'd done it instinctively. The moment Morwen had begun binding the warriors, the moment she felt that dark magic reaching for her. Some deep, primal part of her magic had responded, had pulled shadows around her like a cloak, had been light away from her, making her invisible, made her nothing in the eyes of those searching. She didn't understand how, didn't understand why her magic, which she'd always thought was just visions, just seeing, could suddenly manipulate shadows themselves. But it had worked. Morwen's binding magic had swept past her. The ancient witch's eyes had looked right through her. And when the shadow warriors had begun counting captives, organizing prisoners, they hadn't seen her, hadn't sensed her. She'd been standing right there among the warriors and they'd simply missed her. How was this possible? The questions would have to wait, because now she was alone. Hidden, free. The only member of the rescue party that Morwen didn't know about. The only one who could still act. The last shadow warrior in the chamber turned and left, following its companions, leaving the space completely empty. Nira waited, counting heartbeats, forcing herself to be patient despite the screaming urgency in her mind. 100 heartbeats. 200 heartbeats. 300 heartbeats. When she was certain no one was returning, she finally released the shadow magic. The darkness peeled away from her like a second skin, revealing her to the empty chamber. She gasped. The effort of maintaining the magic for so long had been exhausting, like holding her breath underwater while swimming miles. Her legs nearly gave out, and she had to brace herself against the wall. Focus. No time to rest. No time to recover. They need you. She looked around the chamber, her mind racing. Morwen had taken Ian, Seraphina, her lover, Malor, Margus, all of them deeper down toward where Ella was imprisoned. The other warriors had been scattered to different cells throughout this underground maze. Alira was being taken to the deepest cells, wherever those were. And tomorrow night, Morwen would perform the ritual that would unalive Ella and crown Lucian as king. I have to do something. I have to, but what? She was only one person. One untrained magic user who just discovered that she could manipulate shadows, but had no idea how to control it. She knew that she had been a witch for centuries, but not this kind. Against Morwen, an ancient witch with a millennium of power and knowledge. Against Lucin, Aiden's son grown to adulthood through dark magic, clearly formidable. Against hundreds of shadow warriors scattered throughout these caves. It was impossible odds. But then, she chuckled. Everything about this war had been impossible odds. And they'd survived so far. Think, Nira. Use what you have. Use what you've seen. Nira closed her eyes, letting her visions flow. Images cascaded through her mind. the altar where Ella was chained, the passages leading to it, the cells where the warriors were being held, the deepest level where Alira was being taken, and something else. Something she hadn't noticed before, buried beneath layers of other visions. Weakness. In Morwen's wards, not a break, not a gap, but a flaw. The barriers that protected Ella's chamber, the 10 layers that made her impossible to find from outside, they were designed to keep people out, to prevent rescue from the surface, to block light magic and divination, but from inside, from within the mountain itself, the wards were weaker. Still formidable, still dangerous, yes, but not impossible. If someone with enough power attacked from the inside instead of outside, if Alira could reach Ella's chamber, the wards might fall. Nira's eyes snapped open, her mind crystallizing around a plan. Step 1. Free Alira. The Witch of Light was their most powerful asset, and without her, they had no chance of breaking through Morwen's magic. Step 2. Get Alira to Ella's chamber. If Nira's vision was right, if the wards truly were weaker from the inside, then Alira could breach them. Step 3. Free Ellen and Ian before the ritual tomorrow night. And step 4. Unalive Morwen and Lucian before they can complete whatever dark magic they're planning. He was insane. Absolutely, completely insane. But it was the only plan that she had. And I'm the only one who can execute it. Nira took a deep breath, centering herself, and reached for that shadow magic again, the power she'd instinctively used to hide from Morwen. It came easier this time. The shadows responded to her will, wrapping around her and making her fade from sight. Not visible, not invisible. She could still see her own body if she looked down, but concealed, hidden in plain sight. Perfect. She moved toward one of the passages, the one she'd seen in her vision, the ones that led to the deepest cells where Alira was being taken. Each step was careful, deliberate, silent. She passed shadow warriors in the corridors, pressing herself against walls as they walked past, holding her breath, praying her concealment would hold. And it did. They looked right through her, walked past without pausing, continued their patrols as if she didn't exist. How am I doing this? But again, questions later. She descended deeper, following the path from her vision, navigating by memory and instinct. Down corridors that grew narrower, past chambers filled with green crystals that pulsed with Morwen's magic. Deeper, deeper, until finally she heard voices ahead. Morwen's voice, echoing through stone. I want triple bindings. Light magic suppressors on all the chains and guards posted every hour. The Witch of Light is not to be underestimated. Yes, my lady, a shadow warrior responded. Nira pressed herself against the wall, her shadow magic wrapped tight as Morwen swept past. The ancient witch was alone, apparently confident enough in her prison that she didn't need an escort. When Morwen had passed, when the sound of her footsteps had faded, Nira continued forward and found it. The deepest cell. A chamber carved from solid rock. Its entrance sealed with a massive iron door inscribed with runes that glowed with sickly green light. Shadow warriors stood guard, 2 of them flanking the door, their forms solid and alert. Nira studied them from their hiding place. I can't find them. I can't fight them. I have no weapons, no combat training. If they see me, I'm dead. But she had to get past them. Had to reach Alira. Had to. And then an idea formed. Insane. Desperate, but possibly the only option that she had. Nira closed her eyes and reached for her visions, pulling deeper than she'd ever pushed before. Show me. Show me how to use this shadow magic on these shadow warriors. Show me what I can do. And the visions answered. Images flooded her mind, ancient witches manipulating shadows, warriors moving unseen through enemy territory, magic users bending darkness to their will. And among those images, a technique. Shadow warriors could be commanded. Not permanently, not easily. But if someone with shadow magic spoke the right words in the right language with the right intention, the shadow warriors would obey. At least for a moment. It might be enough. Nira opened her eyes, her heart hammering. She'd never tried anything like this, had no idea if she was strong enough to pull it off. But she had to try. For Ella, for Ian, for everyone counting on her. She stepped out from concealment, letting the shadow magic fall away, revealing herself to two guards. They immediately turned, weapons materializing from darkness, moving to intercept, and Nira spoke. Words in a language that she didn't know fully, syllables that felt ancient and powerful and right, flowing from her tongue. The shadow warriors froze. Their weapons stopped mid-swing. Their glowing eyes fixed on her, but without hostility now. Waiting. Listening. Nira's voice shook as she continued speaking, commanding them in that ancient language, ordering them to stand down, to open the door, and to obey. And they did. The shadow warriors lowered their weapons, moved to the door, pulled it open with a grinding screech of metal on stone, revealing the cell beyond. A small chamber, barely 10 feet across, its walls covered in those light-suppressing runes Morwood they mentioned, and in the center, chained to the wall with triple bindings, was Alira. The Witch of Light looked up, her turquoise eyes widening in shock. Nira, how did you? No time, Nira gasped, already feeling the shadow magic slipping from her control. The shadow warriors began to resist her commands. I don't know how long I can hold them. We need to go. Now! She rushed into the cell, her hands going to Alira's chains. I can't break these, she said desperately. They're too strong. You don't have to, Alira said, her voice steady despite the situation. The Witch of Light closed her eyes, and even through the suppressors, even through the triple bindings, light began to glow from within her. Faint at first, then brighter, brighter. The chains began to smoke where the light touched them, the metal heating beginning to melt, and with a sound like thunder they shattered. Alira stood, free. Her white hair beginning to float around her as power built. How did you escape Morwen's binding? She asked Nira. Shadow magic, I suppose, Nira said. I don't understand it. I hid. And she didn't see me, and now I can She gestured at the shadow warriors who were starting to shake off her control. I can command them. Sometimes, I think. Alira's eyes widened with understanding. Oh, gods. You're a shadow witch, she breathed. Unchained. Unaware. But the magic is there. That's why you could see through Morwen's concealment spells. That's why you can manipulate the shadows. You're touching the same source of power that she uses. I don't understand. Later, Alira said firmly. Right now, we need to move. Where are the others? Scattered, different cells. But Alira, Nira grabbed the witch's arm, urgency making her voice shake. I had a vision while I was in here about the wards protecting Nella. They're weaker from inside the mountain. If we can reach her chamber, if you can attack the barriers from within instead from outside. Alira finished. They might fall. Her eyes blazing with sudden hope. You're right. Gods, you're right, Nira. Morwen designed those wards to keep people out, not to keep people in. She gripped Nira's shoulders. Can you get us there? Can you navigate to Ella's chambers through those caves? Yes, Nira said without hesitation. I've seen it in my visions. I know the way. Then we go, Alira said. Now, before Morwen realizes I'm free. She moved toward the door, light already beginning to build around her hands. What about the others? Nira asked. The warriors. Ian, Serafina. We free Ella first, Alira said grimly. Break Morwen's primary advantage. Then we free everyone else and fight our way out. She looked back at Nira. Can you maintain that shadow concealment? Keep us hidden as we move? I think so, Nira said. I'll try. Then do it. Wrap us both in shadows. Make us invisible to Morwen's forces. Nira closed her eyes, reaching for that strange new power, and pulled darkness around both of them. It was harder with two people. Required more focus, more strength, but it held. The shadows wrapped around them like a cloak, bending light, making them fade from sight. Good, Alira whispered. Now lead the way. Take us to Ella. Anira, the witch's light voices took on a fierce edge. When we reach that chamber, when I start attacking those wards, it's going to alert Morwen. She'll know exactly where we are. She'll know everything. She has it us. Can you hold the shadows? Keep us concealed even under that kind of magic assault. Nira swallowed hard, terrified, but she nodded. I'll try. For the Queen. For all of us. I'll try. That's all I can ask. And together, the Witch of Light and the untrained Shadow Witch Nira, they slipped from the cell, moving through darkness, heading toward the chamber where Ella was imprisoned. Racing against time, against Morwen's power, against the ritual that would happen tomorrow night. The impossible rescue had just begun. Ian continued to watch Ella on the altar. But what made Ian's heart nearly stop was her face. Ella's pale blue eyes, also rimmed with the red glow of vampire vision, were open, watching the passage where she must have heard them approaching. And around her mouth was blood. Dried blood at the corner of her lips, a smear across her chin, as if she'd bitten something or someone hard enough to draw a significant blow. Ella's head turned at the sound, her eyes finding him immediately. And despite everything, despite the chains, despite the blood, despite the absolute horror of their situation, she smiled. Weak, exhausted, strained, but genuine.
Are you all right? Whose blood is that? Are you all right?
Ian demanded, his voice rough with barely controlled panic. The shadow warrior holding his right arm grunted, a sound of dark amusement, and suddenly yanked him sideways. Ian's body slammed into the stone wall with enough force to rattle his teeth. Pain exploded through his shoulder where it took the impact, and stars burst across his vision. It's superficial, my love. Ella's voice came through the ringing in his ears. He looked at her, vision clearing, and saw her watching him with concern, despite being the one chained to a sacrificial altar. You should see the other person. And there was a hint of dark humor in her tone, despite the hoarseness. Ian stared at her, taking in the full picture now that he was closer. He noticed that her hair was tangled, knotted in places as if hands had gripped it roughly. Her skin was pale, paler than usual, the pall of someone who'd been in absolute darkness for far too long. Her eyes showed exhaustion, showed strain, showed the weight of captivity, but they also showed strength, unbroken strength. She fought back. Ian realized, his eyes going back to the blood around her mouth. Someone tried something and she made them bleed for it. The shadow warrior holding his left arm shoved him against the wall again, this time positioning him beside where massive iron rings were bolted into the stone. Wall fasteners. Ancient things, rusted but still solid, designed to hold prisoners in place. While they watched sacrifices on the altar. The realization made Ian's blood run cold. The shadow warrior grabbed Ian's right wrist, still bound in shadow chains, and raised it to one of the iron rings. A heavy shackle hung from the ring, and the creature snapped it around Ian's wrist with brutal efficiency. Then the left wrist, same process. Click. Locked. Ian tested them immediately, pulled all his vampire strength. The wall fasteners didn't even shift. They were anchored into the mountain itself, into solid bedrock, and no amount of strength was moving them. The shadow warrior moved to his ankles, and Ian felt the shackles close around them too, cold iron over the shadow chains. Doubled restraints, ensuring absolutely no mobility. Then the creature grabbed his ankle, the right one, and yanked harder, deliberately hard. Ian's leg twisted at an angle that sent white-hot pain shooting up through his knee, and he couldn't suppress the grunt that escaped. The shadow warrior made that sound again, that grinding, amused grunt, and secured the ankle shackle with what seemed like extra force, making sure the iron bit deep into Ian's skin, even through his boots.
You're enjoying this,
Ian said. Ella said, it's hurting you on purpose, because it knows that I'm helpless. Then the shadow warrior moved away, and they heard the same process repeated beside him. Marcus being slammed against the wall, shackled, his ankles yanked roughly enough that Ian heard his friend curse viciously. Seraphina, his ancient mother, being handled with the same brutal efficiency, though Ian noticed the Shadow Warriors were slightly more careful with her. Not gentler, just more careful, as if they'd been warned not to damage her too badly. And Maelor, pressed against the wall on Ian's other side, shackled and secured, the four of them, lined up against the cold stone wall like prisoners awaiting execution. All facing the altar, all forced to look at Ella chained to the obsidian. The Shadow Warriors finished their work and stepped back, examining their captives with those glowing green eyes that showed no emotion, no mercy, no humanity. Then without a word, they turned and walked toward the passage that led them back up to the surface. Their footsteps echoed, grew fainter, 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 until finally silence. Complete and absolute silence except for the distant drip of water somewhere in the vast cavern and the sound of 5 people breathing. They were alone. No guards posted, no Shadow Warriors watching. Just the 5 of them, 4 against the wall, 1 on the altar, in the cold darkness lit only by the pulsing green crystals embedded in stone. For a long moment, no one spoke. They all just breathed, adjusting to their new reality, testing their restraints, cataloging pain and damage. Ian stared at Ella across the 15 feet of polished stone that separated them. So close. So impossibly close. If he weren't chained, he could cross that distance in 3 strides, could touch her face, could examine her injuries, could do something besides stand helpless against a wall. But the chains held him firm. The wall fasteners didn't budge, and the distance between them might as well have been miles. Is everyone intact? Marcus asked. Marcus's voice broke the silence, rough, controlled, assessing the damage. Maelor responded in his cool, arrogant, condescending tone. Define intact, Maelor said from Ian's left. I'm chained to a wall in an underground torture chamber. My definition of intact may have shifted. Are you injured? Marcus clarified. Bruised. Possibly a cracked rib from where they slammed me into the wall. Nothing that won't heal. Maelor's voice was steady despite the circumstances. You? Same. Seraphina? I'm fine, Ian's mother said, though her voice was tight with pain and grief. Ella, darling. I'm alive. Ella answered before Serafina could finish the question. Chained, uncomfortable, but alive and unbroken. She managed a tight smile, though I suspect tomorrow night that changes. Don't, Ian said sharply. Don't talk about tomorrow night. We have to talk about it eventually, Ella said gently, looking up at the sailing walls. The ritual. What Morwen plans, what Lucian... Her voice faltered slightly on the name. What Lucian intends to do during and after. Ian's hands clenched into fist, the shackles biting into his wrist. If I could reach him, Ian said, his voice dropping into something dark and lethal. If I could get my hands around his throat. You'd die, Ian, Ella finished. The Shadow Warriors would execute you before you could do any real damage. And then I'd be alone down here with no one to talk to for my final hours. She looked at him with fierce determination. So don't waste time on revenge fantasies. Don't waste our last hours on rage. Just talk to me. Be with me. Ian opened his mouth to respond and then stopped. Because Maelor, standing to his left, also chained to the wall, was making a sound. Not a groan of pain, not a curse, something else. Laughter. Ian turned his head, as much as the chains would allow, looking at Maelor with confusing and growing alarm. Have you finally snapped? Has the stress finally broken you, Maelor? Maelor's face, visible in the green crystal light, didn't show madness. It showed realization. Maelor, Ian asked carefully, are you... She did it! What are you talking about? Count. Maelor interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper, but carrying an edge of excitement. Count. Count how many are here. What are you talking about? Maelor interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper, but carrying an edge of excitement. Count how many of us are here. Ian frowned, not understanding. 5, he said. You, me, Marcus, Serafina. Where's Nira? Count how many came on the rescue mission. Maelor continued, his smile growing. There were 50 warriors, Marcus answered, clearly not following either. Plus the 5 of us, 55 total. What are you... And count. Maelor said, his whisper taking on urgency. How many the Shadow Warriors just chained to this wall? Understanding hit Ian like lightning, his eyes widening. 4, he breathed. They chained 4 of us to the wall. Exactly. Maelor said, and his smile was fierce with hope. My beautiful witch. They chained 4 of us. Not 5, 4. Marcus's breath caught. Nira, he said. They didn't bring Nira. They didn't bring Nira because Nira isn't here, Maelor repeated, louder now, no longer whispering. She escaped capture. Serafina made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. The girl, Morwen missed her. God, she actually missed her. But how? How did Nira escape when all 50 warriors were captured? Her magic, Maelor said, excitement making his voice shake. She hasn't told everyone, just me, but she's a seer. She sees things. Maybe she saw the binding coming. Maybe she saw how to avoid it. Hid herself somehow. What do you mean? Ella asked from the altar. Like shadow magic? Ella said, asking. She was staring at the cavern ceiling, her eyes distant as if working through a puzzle. Nira saw this place. She's been seeing this place for weeks. She saw these caves. She told me once that she could sense Morwith's magic, could see through concealment spells. Ella's eyes refocused, landing on the group. What if she can do more than just see through shadow magic? What if she can use it? You think she hid herself in the shadows, Your Grace? Marcus asked, made herself invisible to Morwith's binding? He was suddenly explaining why an ancient witch with millennia of experience somehow missed counting one prisoner? Ella said. Hope, fragile but real, began blooming in Ian's chest. If Nira escaped capture, he said slowly, working through implications. If she's free and mobile in these caves, she could free us. Marcus finished. The 50 warriors Morwen scattered. If Nira can move unseen, she could reach Alira, Seraphina said, and her voice carried sudden fierce hope. The Witch of Light. If Nira could free Alira from whatever Morwen imprisoned her, Alira could break through the wards, Maelor said, his eyes blazing. From inside the mountain, Morwen said the barriers protect against external assault, but if someone attacked from within, the wards might fall. Ian finished. He looked at Ella and saw the same hope reflected in her body language. Nira's our one chance, Ella said quietly. Our only advantage that Morwen doesn't know about. But she's one girl, Marcus said. Pragmatism tempering excitement. She's untrained. She's probably terrified against hundreds of shadow warriors and Morwen herself. She's also a survivor, my witch. Maelor countered. You didn't see her with Lord Volton. You didn't see her with Calitza Drathmore. You didn't see her during the battle. She was magnificent, scared but functioning, and her magic, her visions, they kept us alive more than once. If she rescues us, I'm marrying her. If anyone can navigate these caves unseen, Seraphina added, it's someone who can manipulate the same shadows that Morwen uses. Ian tested his chains again, pulling against them with renewed determination. But now there was hope. Slim, desperate, built on the shoulders of one untrained magic user who somehow evaded capture, but hope nonetheless. We have to assume that Nira is trying something, Ian said, forcing his voice to remain steady and commanding, which means that we need to be ready. If she succeeds in weakening the wards, when Alira breaks through, he looked at each person. We need to be ready to act, to break free, to fight. With what? Marcus asked, raising his shackled wrist. We're chained to a wall. No weapons, no tools, nothing but our bare hands. Then we use our bare hands, Marcus, Ian said flatly. When the moment comes, and it will come, we don't hesitate. We break free however we can. We kill every shadow warrior between us and freedom, and we get Ella off that altar. My queen. He looked at his wife. We're getting you out of here. I don't care what it takes. I don't care what I have to do. But you're not dying on that altar tomorrow night. Ella smiled, and this time it was genuine, warm, full of love. I believe you, she said softly. Then her expression grew serious. But Ian, if it comes down to a choice between saving me and ensuring that you all escape, there is no choice, Ella. Ian interrupted. We all leave together, or none of us leave. That's final.
Ian said, his voice carrying absolute authority. "You're the Crimson Queen, chosen by the moon itself. And I'm not leaving you to die alone in the dark, while Morwen's bastard plans to..." He couldn't finish. Couldn't say aloud what Lucian had described, but everyone understood. "For what it's worth, husband," Ella said after a moment, "I made him bleed." Ian's eyes snapped to her body on the altar. "What?" Ella gestured with her chin toward her mouth, toward the dried blood still visible there. "It was Lucian. He came down here. Tried to..." She paused, choosing words carefully. "Tried to intimidate me, to touch me, to make me respond to him." Her eyes blazed with cold satisfaction. "So I bit him. I tore his lip open. I made him bleed all over himself. Showed him that the Crimson Queen doesn't submit to anyone. Despite everything, despite the change, despite the desperation of the situation, Ian felt fierce pride surge through him. That's my wife. That's my queen." "Good," he said simply. "Tomorrow night, when he tries again..." "Tomorrow night won't happen," Ian interrupted Marcus, "because Nira is going to succeed. Alira is going to break through, and we're all going to survive this." He said it with such conviction that for a moment even he almost believed it. In the silence that followed, the five of them simply existed in their captivity, breathing the cold, damp air that smelled of stone and old magic, listening to the distant drip of water echoing through vast space, feeling the bite of iron shackles against skin, the cold of stone walls against backs, the absolute helplessness of being bound and unable to act, but also feeling hope, fragile as spider silk, desperate as drowning men grasping a driftwood. But there, because somewhere in these caves, Nira moved unseen, and perhaps, just perhaps, she would be the key that unlocked their salvation. Lucian drank from a goblet of blood, his lip fully healed from Ella's attack. He had been listening to Morwen talk and talk and talk for endless hours, 2 hours or more, and he feigned interest in her. The truth of the matter was, he had a plan of his own. Tomorrow night, when the transference takes place, when the Crimson Moon is at its apex, and when he has been made the Crimson Queen, he will unalive Morwen. It was quite easy, you know, my dear beautiful boy. I was quite excited that it was so easy to capture them. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Completely. Absolutely, Maud. You don't call me mother anymore because you're not. Oh. Morwen walked around the room to where Lucian was. You are going to be quite the king, Lucian. You've grown quite well. You and I will rule Blackstone and all the vampire kingdoms. You and I, together. Morwen walked up behind Lucian, her hands sliding to his shoulders. She began to press and to knead. You're so tight, Lucian. You need to loosen up before you become king. Her hand slid inside Lucian's shirt and touched his chest. Her hands continued their exploration, palms flat against his chest, fingers spread wide, rubbing in slow circles that made Lucian's skin crawl. You know, that's why you'll succeed where your father failed, she said, her voice carrying satisfaction and something darker. That's why you will rule Blackstone and all the vampire kingdoms eventually, with me guiding you. Her hands moved lower to his abdomen, to the waistband of his trousers, and Lucian felt his entire body go rigid with revulsion. But then, everything changed. The hands on his skin shifted. The rough, possessive grip became softer, smoother. The slender claws transformed into delicate fingers, still strong, still confident, but different. Smaller hands, feminine in a completely different way. Lucian froze, confusion cutting through his disgust. And then the voice. But you, my darling. It was not Morwen's voice any longer. Not that ancient, knowing tone that grated on his nerves. This was lighter, softer, a whisper like silk against his ear. You have strength your father never possessed. Lucian's breath caught that voice. He knew that voice. His heart began hammering, not with revulsion now, but with something entirely different. Something that made his blood heat instead of freeze. The hands inside his shirt moved again, tracing his chest with deliberate sensuality, fingers running through his chest hair with an entirely different quality of touch. Ella, that's Ella's voice. Ella's touch. Lucian turned, fast, spinning into the throne to face whoever was behind it, and there, standing where Morwen had been just moments before, was her, Ella Snow, the Crimson Queen. Pale blonde hair pulling in waves around her shoulders, no longer spread across black obsidian but blowing free. Pale blue eyes, those eyes that haunted his dreams, looking at him with an expression that made his entire body respond. Not contempt now, not defiance. Want. Pure, undisguised want. Her lips, perfect, full, curved into a smile that was both innocent and knowing, and her body. God's her body. She wore a gown of deep crimson that clung to every curve, that showed the swell of her breast and the narrowness of her waist and the flare of her hips in a way her armor never had. She looked like sin made flesh, like every fantasy Lucian had harbored since the moment he'd first seen her. Ella, he breathed, and her name on his lips was almost a prayer. Lucian, she whispered back, and the way she said his name, all rational thought evaporated. All the careful control he'd maintained, all the disgust and Morwen's touch, all the cold calculation, gone. Replaced by pure, overwhelming desire. Lucian stood from the throne so fast it was almost violent. his hands reaching for her, needing to touch her, needing to confirm that she was real. His fingers closed around her waist, and yes, she was solid and warm and real. He pulled her against him with enough force to make her gasp, one hand sliding into that pale blonde hair he'd imagined touching since the night he'd seen her chained to the altar. "You came to me," he said, his voice rough with need. "I want you, Lucian." Ella interrupted, and her hands came up to his bare chest. The shirt Morwenth had opened, now serving an entirely different purpose. "I've wanted you. Since you first came to me in the caves, I was scared to admit it. Since you touched me. Since you showed me what you could make me feel." Lies. Some distant part of Lucian's mind whispered, "This doesn't make sense. She hated you. She bit you. This is..." But that voice was drowned out by the roaring of his blood, by the feel of her hands on his skin, by the scent of her feeling his senses. "Take me, Lucian. Take me now." Her lips brushing against his jaw. "Take me the way you promised you would. The way your father wanted to but never could." Lucian groaned, a sound torn from deep in his chest, and then he was kissing her hard, desperate, claiming her mouth with an intensity that would have been frightening if she wasn't responding with equal fervor. Her lips opened under his, her tongue meeting his in a dance that made his head spin. His first woman. Her hands sliding up to his chest, to his shoulders, to his hair, pulling him closer, deeper, more. His hands were everywhere, running down her sides, feeling the curve of her waist through the thin fabric of her gown. Gripping her hips, pulling her body flush against his so she could feel exactly what she was doing to him. Sliding up her back, finding the laces of her gown, and working them with fingers made clumsy by desire. Ella gasped against his mouth, a sound that might have been surprise or pleasure or both, and her own hands found the waistband of his trousers. "Yes, God, yes," he moaned. She pulled at the fastenings with an urgency that matched his own, and Lucian groaned again as the fabric loosened, as her fingers brushed against him through the remaining barrier, as she made it clear exactly what she wanted, what she was offering. He broke the kiss long enough to look at her, to drink in the sight of Ella's snow, flushed with desire, her lips swollen from his kisses, her eyes dark with want. "You're mine. You're finally mine." He backed her toward the throne, toward the wall behind it where there was space, where he could... Lucian's hands found her shoulders and he pushed the gown down with deliberate intent. The fabric slid off her creamy shoulders, revealing pale skin that seemed to glow in the green crystal light. She was beautiful, more beautiful than any fantasy that he could have ever dreamed, more perfect than any dream. "Take me, Lucian," Ella whispered, and her voice was breathy, needy, begging. "Take me now. I need you. I need to feel you inside of me. I need..." Something primal roared through Lucian at those words. He lifted her, using his considerable height and strength to pin her beautiful body against the stone wall, her legs wrapped around his waist instinctively. Her skirts bunched between them, too much fabric, too many barriers. He reached down, gathering the crimson material, pulling it up, exposing her long legs, spreading them wider to accommodate his body between them. She was gasping now, soft sounds of need that drove him absolutely mad. His hand found her thigh, smooth skin, warm and soft and perfect, slid higher and higher. She was ready for him. "Yes," Ella breathed against his neck. "Yes, Lucian, please, I need..." He positioned himself, felt the heat of her against him, felt her body welcoming him even as his hands gripped her shoulders, her nails digging into his skin. This was it. This was everything. Everything that he had wanted since the moment that he saw Ella Snow. Everything that he had wanted. Lucian thrust forward and entered her. And the instant he did, everything changed. The body in his arms shifted, grew, lengthened. The smooth skin under his hands became different, still soft, but wrong. Wrong. The pale blonde hair his fingers were tangled in became darker and coarser. The small frame he was holding transformed into something larger and taller, and the face. Lucian's eyes flew open and he was staring into green eyes, ancient green eyes, Morwen's eyes. No! The word tore from his throat like a scream. He wrenched himself away, pulling out, stumbling backward, his body still hard and aching, but his mind screaming with horror and revulsion. It was not Ella. It was never Ella. It was Morwen, the whole time. The ancient witch stood where Ella had been, her true form fully revealed now, her height towering, her serpent hair writhing with barely contained fury. She pulled her robes back up to cover herself, but her face showed absolute rage. You... Lucian couldn't even form words. You changed. You made yourself look like... Of course I did. Morwen spat, and her voice was nothing like Ella's whisper now. It was harsh, furious, lethal. Do you think I didn't know? Do you think I'm blind? She took a step toward him, and Lucian backed away, his hands fumbling to fasten his trousers, his entire body shaking with disgust and betrayal. You don't want me, Morwen continued, her green eyes blazing. You never wanted me. Every time I touch you, I can feel you recoil. I don't see you as a baby anymore. I see you as a man. I see you forcing yourself not to pull away. You barely tolerate my presence. Her serpent hair lashed violently. But her, the word came out like poison. Ella Snow, the precious Crimson Queen. Her you want. Her you'd give anything to possess. You take her against a wall without any hesitation. You tricked me, Lucian said, and his voice shook with fury. You made yourself look like her. Made me think, made me believe. I gave you what you wanted, Morwen shrieked. I let you have your fantasy. Let you think you were claiming the queen you obsess over. And you are so stupid, Lucian. Like your mother. Her face twisted with rage and something that might have been slight hurt. You were so eager, so desperate, so completely lost in desire, until you realized it was me you were inside, until you realized it was my body you were taking, and then you rejected me. She moved closer, and this time Lucian held his ground despite every instinct screaming him to run. Remember this, boy. I made you, Morwen said, her voice dropping to something cold and dangerous. I found you as a fetus in Kalitsa's womb. I accelerated your growth. I trained you. I shaped you into everything that you are. And I want you to remember, boy, I can destroy you just as easily. Her hand shot out, faster than Lucian could track, and grabbed his throat, not squeezing, not choking, but holding him in place with enough strength to make it clear that she would unalive him if she chose. You think you can reject me? A serpent leaned close to Lucian's nose. You think you have the right? That privilege. Her serpent hair coiled closer, several snake heads extending toward his face with fangs bared. I could end you right now. Could snap your neck. Could drain every drop of blood from your body. Could unmake everything that I created. But I won't. She continued, and her smile was terrible. Because I still need you. Still need your blood. Your body. Your connection to Aiden to complete the ritual. She released his throat and stepped back, her expression shifting from fury to cold calculation. But after tomorrow night, she said quietly, after the ritual is complete and you have the crown, we're going to have a conversation about gratitude, about respect, about understanding your place in the order of things. And your place is in my bed. Her green eyes blazed. You exist because I allow it. You have power because I gave it to you, and you will learn to appreciate what I offer you, whether you want it or not. She turned toward the exit, her robes swirling dramatically. Sleep well, Lucian, she said without looking back. Dream of your precious Ella tonight. Fantasize about claiming her tomorrow night during the ritual. She paused at the doorway. But remember, I'll be watching. And after she's dead, and the crown is yours, you and I will finish what we started here. And then she was gone. X, I didn't need to see a vampire. Alira opened her eyes after several minutes of meditation. Her turquoise gaze immediately focused on Nero with sharp intensity. Before we make our move, we need more information. Nero looked up from where she'd been silently practicing the shadow words that Alira had given her. What kind of information? Timing, strategy, intelligence. Alira stood and began pacing in the small chamber. We know they're more with plans to perform the ritual tomorrow night when the crimson moon reaches its apex. But we don't know the exact hour. We could have 12 hours to prepare, or 6, or 3, we don't know. She turned to face Nero directly. And we don't know what Ellen might have learned during her captivity. Morwen is arrogant. She talks, she gloats, she explains her plans because she believes her prisoners are helpless. She may have revealed weaknesses, details that we can exploit. How do we find out? Why you go to her, dear. Nero's stop dropped. What? I need you to infiltrate the deepest level. Pass through the wards and speak with Ella directly. Alira's voice was calm but firm. Find out exactly when the ritual is scheduled, what she's learned about Morwen's plans, and whether she's discovered any weaknesses that we can exploit. That's impossible, Nero breathed. It may be impossible, but it's necessary. Alira corrected. We're about to assault those wards and start a battle that will bring every shadow warrior in these caves down on us. I'd rather do it with complete information than go in blind. I've taught you what you need to know. You know the 3 words that you need to use. She conjured a small sphere of light, barely larger than a marble, and held it out to Nero. If you get into trouble, crush this. It will send a signal, and I'll come with everything I have. But I will only have you use this as a last resort because it will alert Morwen to our exact location. Nero stared at the delicate sphere, then slowly took it, feeling its warmth against her palm. The wards. You said they're the most powerful magic that you've ever encountered. How am I supposed to get through them? They're designed to keep people out, Alira explained, to prevent rescue from the surface, to block light magic, divine magic, detection spells, but shadow magic. Her eyes gleamed. You have the same power that Mormont uses. Where did you come from? The wards might not even recognize you as a threat. What exactly do I ask, Ella? 3 things. Alira counted on her fingers. First, the exact timing of the ritual. When does it begin? How long will it last? When precisely does the crimson moon reach its apex? Second, what has Ella learned during her captivity? Has Mormont revealed anything about her plans? About the ritual mechanics? About vulnerabilities? Anything Ella has seen or heard? Third, ask her about the altar itself and the chamber. She's been chained there for over a day. She has time to observe, to study, to think. If there's a weakness, a way to disrupt the ritual or exploit the setup, our queen will have found it. Nira nodded slowly, committing the question to memory. How long do I have? 2 hours, maximum, Alira said. If you're not back by then, I'll assume something went wrong and begin the assault without you. She moved to the chamber entrance, checking the passage beyond. The patrols just passed through. You have maybe 25 minutes before the next group comes through. Use it, Nira. Nira stood, pulling shadow magic around herself, feeling it respond more easily now, after hours of practice. Nira, Alira's voice stopped her at the entrance. Trust your instincts. Trust your magic. You're a shadow witch. These caves are as much your domain as Mormont's. Nira nodded and slipped into the passage beyond, shadows wrapping tight around her. I'm coming, Your Majesty. Hold on. I have to take a quick potty break. I will be right back. Passages twisted downward, corridors that shouldn't connect, but did, stairs spiraling at impossible angles. Chambers that seemed larger inside than their entrances suggested. Nira's visions guided her through the maze. Left at the 3-way fork, down the steep stairs through the chamber where stalactites hang like frozen claws. The shadow magic held stronger than when she freed Alira, as if the darkness itself recognized her now. She passed shadow warriors at intersections, 6 of them at one junction. Their glowing green eyes scanned the passage, looked directly at her. Through her, saw nothing. First level down, 2 more to go. The passages grew narrower, the walls pressing closer, the ceiling lowering. The green crystals pulsed more frequently, their magic more oppressive. Nira could feel them trying to detect her. Moments' awarenesses threaded through them like a spider's web, but the shadow's magic confused their detection. Second level down. One more. The air grew colder as she approached the final descent. Her breath misted in front of her face. The final staircase was guarded. 10 shadow warriors. 10 massive warriors in formation, blocking the entire passage, weapons drawn. A permanent guard post. The passage was too narrow to slip around them. I'll have to shadow walk. Nira closed her eyes and pushed herself into the shadow of the wall. Felt resistance, and then acceptance. Felt herself become less solid, slip into the space between shadow and substance. She walked through the wall itself, navigating by instinct. Felt the 10 shadow warriors as cold spots in the darkness. Felt stone and shadows sliding past her consciousness. Emerged on the other side. Stumbled and nearly fell from that strain. I did it again. Ahead lay Ella's chamber and the wards. 10 layers, each a different color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and 3 beyond violet, colors without names. Nira approached slowly, extending her magic, touched the outermost ward. It noticed her, examined her. Threat, not threat. Not threat. It let her pass. Not easily. It pressed like walking through deep water, but it didn't attack her. 1 down. 9 to go. Each layer resisted more strongly. The 3rd burned. The 5th felt like suffocation. By the 7th, Nira was sweating, trembling. By the 9th, she was certain she fell. But she pushed. For everyone that was counting on her. The 9th layer crushed down like mountains. Nira pushed until something inside her magic cracked. Through. 1 remained. The 10th ward shimmered, made of impossible colors. Existing in more dimensions than she could comprehend. She reached out with barely holding magic. Please. The ward examined her, pressed, questioned, recognized. Something in her shadow magic resonated with the ward itself. Both children of darkness. The ward chose to open. Nira stumbled through into the antechamber, collapsed against the wall, gasping. She made it. Through all 10 wards. She forced herself to stand on trembling legs, strengthened her concealment, though her magic was nearly exhausted, moved toward the opening to the main chamber, and peered around the edge. The vast cavern spread before her, ceiling disappearing into darkness, hundreds of feet below her. Green crystals pulsing in the walls like a diseased heartbeat. The obsidian altar in the center polished to mirror smoothness, and Ella Snow chained to it, her pale blonde hair spread across the obsidian surface. Her pale blonde hair spread across black stone like spilled moonlight. But Ella wasn't alone in the chamber. 15 feet from the altar, chained to the wall. No! Nira's breath caught. 4 figures bound in iron shackles facing the altar. Ian Blackstone, her king, silver eyes blazing even in captivity, his entire body rigid with barely controlled fury. Seraphina, ancient and powerful, her friend, grief written across her face. Marcus. Maelor. Not Maelor. They captured the rescue party. Nira realized with horror, brought them here, put them where they can see Ella, but can't reach her, where they'll be forced to watch whatever Morwen plans to do. The cruelty of it made Nira's stomach turn, but it also meant that she had to be even more careful. Ian would recognize her, might shout in surprise, might alert guards. Nira studied the chamber carefully from her concealed position. No shadow warriors visible inside the chamber itself. She decided at that moment to be next to Maelor. He couldn't see her. She took her hand and ran it over his lips. He gasped. Nira. Nira, is that you? Yes. Shh. The 10 warriors she passed were stationed at the top of the final stairs, the last line of defense before the wards. Inside the wards, Morwen apparently felt secure enough to leave her prisoners unguarded. Nira said, quite arrogant. She believes her wards are impenetrable, believes that no one can reach this chamber. She's wrong. I'm here. Nira took a deep breath, steadying herself. She had perhaps 10 minutes before her shadow magic gave out completely from exhaustion. 10 minutes to speak with Ella, get the information Illyra needed, and escape back through the wards. There was no time to waste. She moved toward Ella. Your Majesty. She kept herself concealed until she was close, until she could see the chains biting into Ella's wrists and ankles, could see the exhaustion in the Queen's face, could see the dried blood at the corner of her mouth. What had happened to her? Then Nira let the shadows fall away and revealed herself. Your Majesty, it's me. Ella's head turned sharply. Her pale blue eyes, rimmed with red vampire glow, widened with shock. Nira. Her voice was hoarse but steady. How did you... Nira? Ian's voice exploded through the chamber, not quite a shout, but loud enough to echo. Maelor turned. Your Majesty! Shh! The girl escaped, I told you. My witch escaped. Wonder was in his voice. She actually escaped Morwen's binding. Quiet! All of you! Nira hissed, urgently rushing to the altar. Gods could hear you! She reached Ella's side, her hands automatically going to the chains, checking them, seeing immediately that they were far beyond her ability to break. Illyra sent me, Nira said quickly, her voice slow and urgent. We're going to breach the wards and free you, but we need information first. We need to know what you know. Understanding flashed across Ella's face, brilliant tactical mind, immediately grasping the situation. Illyra's free. Yes, I freed her. We have a plan, but we need your help. Behind her, Nira could hear Ian straining against his chains, could feel the others' desperate attention focused on the impossible conversation, but she kept her focus on Ella. I need to know 3 things, Nira said, and we have to be fast. My magic won't hold much longer. Ask, Ella said sharply. Nira took a breath. First, when is the ritual, Your Majesty? Exact timing. We need to know how much time we have. Ella's expression darkened. Tomorrow night. When the crimson moon reaches its apex, which according to Morwen is exactly at midnight, the ritual will take approximately 2 hours to complete. She plans to begin preparations at 11. That gives us... Nira calculated quickly in her head. Not that long. Less. It's been over a day since I was captured now. I'd estimate that we have maybe 18 hours. Maybe 20 before Morwen begins her preparations. Nira nodded, committing this to memory. Second, what have you learned about Morwen's plans? About the ritual? About anything that could help us? I know what I saw. Ella's jaw clenched and something dark flashed through her eyes. That vision that you saw on me, on the altar, covered in blood. It requires my blood and my connection to the Crimson Moon. The ritual. Morn will sever that connection and transfer it to... She paused as if the void words were difficult to speak. To Lucian. To Aiden's son. What? Yes. All right. Well, we are going to get you out. It's going to happen. This whole system is interconnected, and the wards might fall, but if Alira can actually breach those 10 layers, the altar's enchantments might weaken. Nira finished, understanding immediately. I won't be able to break free on my own, but if the wards are breached at the right moment, if someone is here to help me, Your Majesty, we will get you out, Nira promised. Third question, she continued, forcing herself to focus despite the horrifying information that Ella had just provided. Have you observed anything about this chamber, about Morwen's setup, any weakness that we can exploit? Ella thought for a moment, her eyes scanning the vast cavern as if seeing it with new perspective. It's the crystals, she said finally. The green crystals embedded in the walls. They're part of Morwen's power network, I know that. They anchor the wards, yes, but they also allow her to sense what's happening in this chamber, to monitor us. If enough crystals were destroyed, if someone could shatter them systematically, it would blind Morwen, at least partially, make it harder for her to respond to threats. Alira's light magic, Your Majesty, Nira said. It could destroy the crystals. Yes, Ella agreed, but doing so will absolutely alert Morwen that something is wrong. She'll feel her network being damaged, so it needs to be timed perfectly, done as part of the assault, not before. Nira nodded, her mind already racing with how to incorporate this information into her plan. Is there anything else, anything you noticed or overheard that I can take back to Alira? Ella hesitated, then spoke carefully. Morwen is confident, arrogant. She believes her wards are impenetrable, her plan flawless. She spent a millennium building toward this moment, and she doesn't believe that anyone can stop her. That arrogance is her weakness. She won't expect a shadow witch she's never heard of to breach her wards. She won't expect the witch of light to be free and attacking from inside her own fortress. Ella's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Use that against her, Nira. Strike when she's certain she's won. Hit her when she's vulnerable. We will, Ella. She could feel her magic beginning to fray. The shadow concealment she'd been maintaining throughout this conversation was taking the last of her strength as they're passing through the wards. I have to go, she said regretfully, before I collapse and get back through the wards. Be careful, Ella said. And Nira, thank you. You will be handsomely rewarded when we return to Blackstone. For coming all this way, for giving us hope. We're coming for you, Your Grace, Nira said fiercely. All of you, I promise. She walked back by Maelor and touched his lips again. Maelor whispered, I'm going to marry you, you beautiful shadow witch. Nira slightly smiled. I accept. She looked past Ella to where Ian and the others were chained. Hold on, just a few more hours. Alira and I will breach the wards, and we'll get you out. I'm counting on you, witch. Ian said, and despite his position, chained and helpless, his voice carried absolute conviction. Save her, Nira. Whatever it takes. Save my wife. I will, Nira said. Then she pulled the shadows back around herself, feeling them accept her one final time, despite her exhaustion, turned toward the passage, and began the long journey back up through the wards, through the levels, through the impossible maze of Morwood's fortress, carrying information that might just save them all, or damn them to failure if she couldn't make it back to Alira in time. Move, she commanded her exhausted body. Move, or everyone dies. And she moved. Morning. Alira and Nira. Nira collapsed into the small chamber where Alira waited, her shadow magic finally giving out completely as she crossed the threshold. She hit the stone floor hard, gasping, every muscle in her body screaming from the exertion and passing through the wards twice and shadow walking through solid stone. I told you that it would not be easy, Alira said, immediately at her side, hands glowing with gentle, healing light. You made it. You're safe. Good work. Information, Nira gasped. I have information. Breathe fast, Alira commanded, her healing magic flowing into Nira, easing the worst of the exhaustion, giving her body what it needed to function. Then, talk. Nira forced herself to breathe slowly, deeply, letting Alira's magic work. After several minutes, she could sit up without her vision swimming. The ritual, she said urgently. Midnight, tonight. Morwood's beginning preparations at 11. We have 18 hours. Alira's eyes blazed with fierce satisfaction. 18 hours. That's workable. What else did you learn? Nira told her everything. Lucian being Aiden's accelerated son, the transference of Ella's connection to the Crimson Moon, the altar's connection to the wards, the green crystals forming Morwood's surveillance network, and the horror of what Lucian planned to do to Ella during the ritual. Alira's face went cold as winter hearing that last part. Then we make certain it never gets that far, she said. We breach the wards quietly. We free Ella and we kill anyone who tries to stop us. She stood and began pacing, her tactical mind already working through revised plans. If the altar's enchantments are connected to the wards, then breaking the wards will weaken them. That's crucial. It means once we breach through, Ella may be able to break free with help. She won't be completely helpless. And the crystals? Nira added, still catching her breath. Ella said that destroying them would blind Morwood, make it harder for her to respond. Oh, my light magic can shatter them, Alira confirmed. I'll do it as part of the initial assault. The moment I start attacking the wards, I'll also start destroying every crystal in sight. It will alert Morwen, yes, but she'll be alerted anyway the instant her wards start falling. She turned to face Nira directly. Can you do it? Can you maintain shadow magic long enough to hold off the warriors while I work? Nira thought about the exhaustion currently racking her body. Thought about how she nearly collapsed, just getting back. Thought about being asked to do even more with magic she barely understood. But she also thought about Ella, about the determination in the Queen's eyes, even chained to that altar, about her faith that rescue was coming. Yes, Nira said. Give me a few hours to recover, and I'll be ready. Alira smiled with genuine warmth. Then rest, young witch. I'll keep watch, and when you wake, we'll go over the plan one more time before we move. When do we start the assault? Nira asked. Alira's eyes gleamed with cold satisfaction. 10 o'clock tonight. 1 hour before Morwen begins her preparations, we'll breach the wards, free Ella, and be gone before the witch even realizes we're in position. And if something goes wrong, we don't think like that. Nira lay down on the stone floor, exhaustion pulling at her like a physical weight. Alira, thank you for believing I could do this, for teaching me, for... You don't need to thank me, Alira interrupted gently. You're the one doing the impossible. I'm just providing support. Nira closed her eyes, and within moments exhaustion dragged her into sleep. Alira watched over her, already planning, already preparing for the battle to come. 18 hours until midnight. 18 hours until Morwen's ritual. But they would move at 10, and gods help anyone who stood in their way. Late morning, Ian and the others. Ian Blackstone had not slept, could not sleep. He'd spent the entire night chained to the wall, staring at his wife on that obsidian altar, 15 feet away, so close and yet impossibly far. Watching her breathe, watching her shift occasionally against the chains. I will kill him for doing this to you. We just have to survive until they make the move, Ian. Seraphina spoke. Ian, his mother said quietly, you need to rest. Conserve your strength. A battle is coming. I can't, Ian said, his voice rough. Every time I close my eyes, I see. He couldn't finish. Couldn't voice what his imagination conjured. Images of tomorrow night, of the ritual, of what Lucian planned to do while Ian was forced to watch helplessly. Nira and Alira will succeed, Ian, his mother said with conviction. They have to. And if they don't? Ian asked bitterly. If Morwen's wards are too strong? If the Shadow Warriors overwhelm them? Then we find another way, Your Majesty. Marcus interrupted from Ian's other side. We always find a way, Your Grace. We've survived impossible odds. Not like this, Ian said. Not chained and helpless while my wife... Don't! Ella's voice cut through the darkness, carrying clearly from the altar. Don't waste energy on what-ifs and worst-case scenarios, my love. Save it for when we need it. Ian's head turned toward her, drinking in the sight of her even in these terrible circumstances. How are you so calm? He asked. How can you just lie there and... Do you think I'm calm? Ella interrupted. I'm focused. There's a difference. Panicking won't help. Despair won't help. So I'm staying focused on what I can control. Which is what exactly? Ian demanded. You chained to an altar? We all chained to walls? We can't control anything. I can control my mind, husband, Ella said firmly. My thoughts, my determination not to break, and I can observe and study and plan for possibilities. She paused and then continued in a softer voice. Do you know what I was just remembering? Remembering every moment that we've had together. Every conversation. Every time you made me laugh. Every time you showed me that you loved me. Even when you were trying to hide it. The first time that I realized I loved you. Ian cleared his throat. When? The first time you kissed me against the cliff. Remember? Ian felt something in his chest contract painfully. Ella. Because this is our last day, she continued, her voice steady despite the content. I want all of us in here to remember the good. Holding on onto what we built together, not drowning in fear of what might come. Silence fell over the chamber. Then Maelor spoke from his position on the wall. Your Majesty is right. Despair is a luxury we can't afford. I have a wedding to plan. We stay sharp, stay ready, and when the opportunity comes, when Nira and Illyra make their move, we act immediately. Oh, one question, Your Grace. Yes, Maelor. Can we use the throne room for our wedding? Yes, of course. Ian looked at his wife across the distance that separated them. Ella was watching the ceiling with those eyes that had captivated him from the first moment when he saw her come to Blackstone, the first time he saw her at the bottom of the steps. With the strength that made him fall in love with her despite his best efforts to remain distant. I love you, he said, not caring what the others could hear, not caring about anything except making sure that she knew. Whatever happens tonight, whatever comes, I love you. Choosing you was the best decision I ever made. Ella smiled, genuine warmth cutting through the horror of the situation. I love you too, she said simply. Now rest. We all need to rest. Conserve your strength, my king. Because when the moment comes, when Nira and Illyra breach those wards, we're getting out of here. Together. Ian nodded, finally allowing himself to close his eyes. To rest. To gather strength for the battle that was surely coming. 16 hours until midnight. 16 hours until the ritual. But somewhere in these caves, 2 women were planning the impossible, and Ian Blackstone chose to believe that they would succeed, because the alternative was unthinkable. Afternoon. Lucian stood in the center of his chamber, eyes closed, running through the incantation for the 100th time. When he would speak the words, Mor Vashka, the symbols flowed smoothly now, perfectly memorized, ready to be spoken at the exact right moment. He practiced the gestures until they were muscle memory, had studied the ritual diagram until he could see it clearly with his eyes closed, had prepared every detail of his plan to kill Morwenth. Now he just had to wait. 12 hours until the ritual began. 12 hours until he would crown himself king and eliminate the witch who thought she owned him. A knock on his door interrupted his meditation. Come in, he called, already knowing who it would be. Morwenth entered, her serpent hair coiling with barely contained excitement, her green eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tonight, she said, and her voice carried such satisfaction it made Lucian's skin crawl. Tonight, everything we've worked toward becomes reality. Yes, Lucian said, keeping his voice neutral, his mind closed, showing appropriate enthusiasm, but not too much. I'm ready. Are you? Morwenth moved closer, and Lucian had to force himself not to step back. This is no small thing, Lucian. The transference of power from the Crimson Moon chosen to you, it will be agonizing. The magic will burn through your blood, rewrite your very essence. I can handle pain. And the other part? Morwenth's smile turned knowing. Claiming Ella during the ritual, are you prepared for that? Don't think about last night. Lucian thought. Don't remember her hands on you, don't remember. I'm prepared. Lucian said, his voice steady despite the rage churning inside of him. Morwenth reached out and Lucian braced himself, expecting her to touch him again. But she simply placed one hand on his shoulder in what might have been meant as a reassuring gesture. You will be magnificent as the Crimson King, she said. Everything that you hoped you'd be. Everything that Aelin should have been, but never was. She pulled her hand back and Lucian felt relief flood through him. Rest well today. Drink. Gather your strength. Tonight at 11 I begin the preparation. And by midnight, the ritual begins. Her eyes blazed with triumph. You will be crowned the Crimson King. You will defile Ella Snow, and Ella Snow will be nothing but a memory. She turned to leave and then paused at the door. And after the ritual, after her taken, after you've claimed the crown and recovered from the transference, we'll discuss new arrangements. Our partnership, what our reign will look like. You moving to my quarters. Our reign, always with that possessive pronoun, always assuming she'd be there, guiding him, controlling him, enjoying him. Of course, Lucian said, his smile perfect, looking forward to that conversation, because by then you'll be dead, he thought, as she swept from the chamber. By then the devouring will have unmade you from the inside out. By then you'll understand exactly what kind of a weapon that you created. The door closed behind her, and Lucian allowed himself to breathe. 12 hours. Just 12 more hours of pretending. 12 more hours of wearing the mask. Then the truth would be revealed. Then the puppet would cut its strings, and Morwenth, ancient, powerful, arrogant Morwenth, would learn that some weapons were too sharp to be held safely. Lucian returned to his meditation, his mind focused on one thing. Tonight, everything changes. Evening. Nira opened her eyes to find Alira sitting nearby, watching the passage beyond their small chamber with alert intensity. How long was I asleep? Nira asked, sitting up. 6 hours, Alira said without looking away from her vigilance. You needed it. How do you feel? Nira assessed herself honestly, still tired but no longer utterly exhausted. Her magic felt not fully restored, but present, responsive, ready to be used again. Better, she said. Much better. Good, Alira said, finally turning to face her. Because in 4 hours we move. 4 hours until 10 o'clock. 4 hours until we start the assault. She conjured a small light sphere and used it to illuminate the crude diagram she'd drawn in the dust while Nira slept. Here's the revised plan based on what you learned from Ella. And as Alira explained, as she laid out every detail, every contingency, every possible complication, Nira felt determination harden in her chest. 4 hours, she thought. 4 hours until we do the impossible. 4 hours until we save the Crimson Queen, or die trying. She looked at Alira, at the Witch of Light, to become her teacher, her ally, her friend. We can do this, Nira said with conviction she actually felt. We're going to succeed in this. Alira smiled, fierce and certain. Yes, she agreed, we are. Outside their small sanctuary, the green crystals pulsed with sickly light. Shadow warriors patrolled passages they walked 100 times before. Morwen prepared for the ritual that would cement her power for another millennium. Lucian plotted murder and kingship in equal measure. Ella and the others waited in chains, hoping for rescue. They couldn't guarantee it would come. And 2 women, a witch of light and an untrained shadow witch, who discovered her power through desperation, planned the impossible. 6 hours until midnight. 4 hours until the assault began. And everything hung in the balance. 10 o'clock. The assault begins. Alira and Nira stood at the passage leading to Ella's chamber, the same passage that Nira used hours before, but this time they weren't hiding. This time they were bringing more. Ready? Alira asked, her hands already beginning to glow with gathering power. Ready, Nira confirmed, pulling shadows around them both, not for concealment but for protection. Now remember, Alira said, her voice calm despite what they were about to do. The moment that I start attacking the wards, every shadow warrior in these caves will come for us. You hold them off. You must. You are keeping me safe. You don't let anything interrupt my work. I won't, Nira promised. Alira's hands blazed brighter, white light so intense it hurt to look at directly. Power building under the air itself seemed to vibrate. Then let's show more with what happens when she underestimates a witch of light and a shadow witch with nothing to lose. She thrust both hands forward. And 10,000 years of accumulated light magic exploded toward the wards. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The uttermost ward, the first layer of Morwen's defenses, screamed. Not metaphorically, the barrier itself made sound as Alira's magic hit it. A high, keening wail, like metal tearing, like glass shattering, like the world itself protesting this violation. Light and shadow collided in ways that shouldn't be possible. The ward held for perhaps 3 seconds, and then it cracked. A fracture appeared in the invisible barrier, visible only as a distortion in the air, like looking through water, like reality itself was breaking. And through that crack, Alira poured more power. More. The first ward shattered. Exploded into fragments of pure magic that dissolved like mist in sunlight. 1 down, Alira shouted over the sound of her own magic. 9 to go! She didn't pause, didn't rest. Immediately began attacking the second layer with the same devastating intensity. And while she worked, while brilliant white light carved through ancient barriers like a blade through flesh, the green crystals embedded in the cavern walls began to explode. Not from Alira's direct attack, but from proximity to power they were never designed to withstand. Crack! A crystal 3 feet from Nira's head shattered, spraying fragments of green stone across the passage. Crack! 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 More crystals fractured, their sickly light dying, their connection to Morwen's surveillance network severing. It's working, Nira said, watching the crystals fall one by one. We're blinding her! Good! Alira's voice was strained with effort now, sweat beading on her forehead as she maintained the assault. Because she definitely knows we're here. As if summoned by those words, the sound came, distant at first, and then closer, closer. The sound of hundreds of feet running through stone passages. The sound of weapons being drawn. The sound of shattered warriors converging on their position from every direction. "They're coming!" Nera said, her heart hammering. "Hold them off! Do what I told you! What I trained you to do! Use the words!" Alira commanded, not looking away from the second ward she was systematically destroying. "I need 3 minutes for this, Leia! 3 minutes!" Nera turned away from Alira, facing back toward the passages they descended through, and saw them coming. Gods, so many of them. Shadow warriors pouring down the stairs like a black flood, weapons gleaming, eyes glowing with that terrible green light. 20 warriors in the first wave. 40 behind them. More coming. She could hear them in distant passages, could feel the vibration of their footsteps through the stone. 3 minutes, Nera thought, terror and determination roaring in her chest. I just need to hold them off for 3 minutes. The first wave reached the bottom of the stairs. Again, their charge down the passage toward Alira's exposed position, and Nera spoke. One word, the first word that Alira had spoken to her and told her, the first command. She said it loudly. Shalvak! Her voice boomed through the cavern, amplified by shadow magic, carrying weight and authority that should have been impossible for one so young. Stillness, and the shadow warriors froze. All 20 of them, warriors in mid-charge, weapons raised to strike, suddenly stopped moving as if someone had pressed pause on their existence. Their glowing eyes remained active, aware, furious at being commanded, but their bodies would not obey. Yes! Nera shouted, exultation flooding through her. It worked, Alira! It actually... The second wave hit. 40 shadow warriors who hadn't been affected by her first command, who'd been too far back to hear it, who came charging past their frozen companions with doubled fury. No time for celebration. Nera spoke again. Shavak! The second command caught perhaps half of them, 20 warriors freezing in place, adding to the growing barrier of the mobile bodies. But 20 more kept coming, too close to freeze now, too close to stop. 5 seconds from reaching Alira's position. Nera didn't hesitate. She called on shadow magic she'd used instinctively before but never consciously controlled. Pulled darkness from every corner of the passage and through it. The shadows responded, coalescing into something almost solid, almost real, and slammed into the charging warriors like a physical wall. They stumbled, they fell, crashed into each other in the narrow passage, brought Nera perhaps 10 seconds. Behind her, she heard Alira's triumphant shout, Second ward down, Nera, moving to the third. Keep going, Nera thought desperately. Just keep going. The falling shadow warriors were already recovering, already rising, already preparing for another charge. And behind them, gods, so many more. Hundreds of shadow warriors feeling the passages, converging on this single point like blood flowing toward a wound. Nera took a deep breath. She reached for the command that Alira had taught her in the small chamber. She told her that it would be deadly to her if she did not use it. Nera took a deep breath, held out her hand. Ketnara! It meant confusion. This time the effect was different. The shadow warriors who'd been rising to charge again suddenly stopped. Not frozen, still moving, still active, but confused. They looked at each other with those glowing eyes, weapons lowering slightly, bodies turning as if questioning which direction to go, who to attack, what their purpose was. Some began fighting amongst themselves, confused about who was the enemy and who was an ally. Others simply stood there, temporarily lost, their connection to Morwen's command scrambled by Nira's counter magic. It's working! It's working, Alira! Both commands are working! But Nira could feel the strain now. Alira had said that word would take all power from her. She could feel her magic being pulled in multiple directions, maintaining the stillness, commanding of the first groups, maintaining the confusion of the newer arrivals, all while keeping her shadow defenses active around herself and Alira. And many more warriors kept coming. So many more. Three levels up. In her private sanctum, Morwen felt the first ward shatter. Felt it like a physical blow. A piece of her magic, a barrier she maintained for decades, simply breaking. Impossible. She was at her preparation table gathering components for the ritual when the sensation hit. For a moment she simply stood there, frozen, unable to believe what her senses were telling her. Then the second ward began to fall, and Morwen's shock transformed into fury. Who dares? She shrieked, her serpent hair lashing violently, her hands crackling with dark magic. Who dares attack my wards? She reached out with her awareness, trying to sense through her network of crystals, trying to identify the attacker, and found nothing. No, not nothing. Blind spots. Dozens of her crystals had gone dark, their connections severed, leaving gaps in her surveillance. Someone was deliberately blinding her. Guards! Morwen's voice boomed through the caves. To the lower levels! Intruders in Alira's chamber! Kill anyone who isn't the prisoners! She swept from her sanctum, her robes billowing behind her, moving with speed that belied her height, down passages, downstairs, following the pull of her failing wards, falling with the sensation of her carefully constructed defenses being systematically destroyed. Who could do this? Who has the power to breach barriers I've spent decades, centuries perfecting? And then she felt it. Light magic. Brilliant, pure, devastating light magic attacking her shadow-based wards. Of course, Alira. Understanding hit like a thunderbolt. The Witch of Light. Morwen hissed, her serpent hair coiling with fury. She escaped. Someone freed her, and now the third ward shattered. Faster than the first two. She's getting stronger. This couldn't be happening. Not tonight. Not hours before the ritual that would cement her power forever. Morwen ran faster, drawing power from every remaining crystal in her network, summoning every shadow warrior she commanded. Stop her, you idiots! She commanded through the magical connection she shared with her creations. Stop the Witch of Light! Kill her before she reaches the final ward! But even as she ran, even as she summoned her forces, the fourth ward began to crack. Nira was losing ground. She managed to hold off the shadow warriors for 10 minutes, an eternity in combat, but her magic was faltering. The stillness command required constant effort to maintain. The confusion wore off after 30 seconds and had to be renewed, and the warriors kept coming, kept coming. She'd frozen over 100 of them now, a forest of immobile shadow warriors clogging the passages, making it harder for new attackers to reach Alira's position. And there were hundreds more, and Nira could feel exhaustion creeping in, could feel her magic beginning to slip, beginning to fail. How much longer? She shouted back to Alira. 4 more wards! Alira's voice was strained and exhausted, but still fighting. 5 minutes! Maybe less! 5 minutes! Might as well be 5 hours, Alira! A massive shadow warrior, larger than the others, clearly some kind of a commander, broke through Nira's defenses, charged directly at her with a sword that seemed made of solidified darkness. Nira spoke again. The stillness command, but nothing happened. No. My magic! It's not working anymore! The warrior was 3 steps away. 2 steps. 1 step. Nira threw up her hands instinctively, calling on shadow magic not for commands, but for raw defense. and a wall of absolute darkness materialized between her and the attacker. The warrior hit it and bounced back, stunned. Nira stared at what she created. Alira, I made a shield! A physical shield out of shadows! No time to process it. She strengthened the barrier, thickening it, making it more solid, and behind that protection she continued speaking commands. Stillness, confusion, stillness, confusion, over and over, cycling through them, holding back the tide. Third ward down, Alira shouted, moving to the fourth. Keep going, Nira said desperately. Just keep going. Her shadow shield cracked as 3 warriors hit it simultaneously. She reinforced it. They hit again. It cracked wider. I can't hold much longer. And then, a new voice. Cold, ancient, filled with absolute authority. Ashkaleth. The shadow warriors that Nira had frozen suddenly moved. Released from her commands by a mere powerful reel. Released by Morwen swept into view at the top of the steps. 6.5 feet of fury. Her serpent hair writhing like living flame. Her green eyes blazing with power that made Nira's shadow magic feel like a candle compared to a bonfire. You, Morwen said, and her voice carried disbelief and rage in equal measure. The seer. The little nobody that I dismissed. The one that I let go. Oh yes, I saw you. You freed Alira. You attacked my wards. Now you have my wrath. Her hands began to glow with dark magic. You died first. Nira felt terror flood through her. She was going to kill her, going to unmake her with power that she couldn't possibly match. But behind her, Alira was still working. Still attacking the wards, still fighting, and if Nira moved, if she ran, if she abandoned her position, Alira would be exposed, vulnerable, dead within seconds. So Nira did the only thing she could do. She stood her ground. Strengthened her shadow shield despite knowing it wouldn't be enough, and spoke one final command, not at the shadow warriors this time, and Morwen herself. Sholvak! The ancient witch laughed. You think your untrained magic can command me? You think? She stopped laughing because she felt it. Felt Nira's shadow magic actually touch her. Not command her. Nira's power wasn't strong enough for that. But touch her. Connect with her. Recognize her as someone who drew from the same source. Another shadow witch. Morwen's eyes widened with shock. Oh? You're not just a seer, then, she breathed. You're a true shadow witch. Natural born, like me. Untrained, but her expression shifted from shock to greed. You know what, shadow witch girl? After I unalive Alira and complete the ritual, I'm keeping you alive. I will train you, making you into something useful instead of this. 4th ward down! Alira's voice cut through the chamber. 3 more to go! Morwen's attention snapped back to the real threat. Enough! She snarled. She raised both hands, gathering power that made the air itself darken, that pulled shadows from every corner toward her like she was a black hole consuming light. Mor Shaketh Vikesh Tharnim! Words in a language older than civilization, words that meant something terrible, and from the darkness around Morwen things emerged. Not shadow warriors, something worse. Shadow demons. Creatures of pure nightmare made manifest with too many limbs, and too many mouths and forms that hurt to perceive. 10 of them, 20, 30, all converging on Nira's position. all moving to tear through her shields and rip Alira apart. And Nera, exhausted, terrified, pushed far beyond her limits, knew she couldn't stop them. Couldn't hold them back, couldn't protect Alira against this, but she tried anyway. Because what else could she do? She spoke the disillusioned command, "More Shaketh!" and felt something inside her magic break. Felt power flow out of her like blood from an open vein. Felt the spell take hold on 3 of the shadow demons and unmake them. They dissolved, screaming back into the void they come from. But the effort cost Nera dearly. Her legs buckled, her vision swam, her shadow shield flickered and nearly failed. 27 shadow demons remained, and they were seconds away. This was it. This was where they failed, where she failed, where Ella died and Morwenth won, and everything they fought for turned to ash. Nera closed her eyes, unable to watch the demons that were about to unalive her. And then, light. Brilliant, blinding, devastating light. Nera opened her eyes and saw Alira standing beside her, hands blazing with power that made the shadow demons shriek in pain. "Get back!" Alira commanded Morwenth. "Get back or I'll unmake everything that you've created." "You abandoned the wards," Morwenth said, triumph in her voice. "You stopped your assault to save the girl. Now you'll never..." "Oh, Morwenth, you underestimated me. I'm already through." Alira's voice boomed through the chamber with absolute certainty. "7 wards down. The final 3 are crumbling as we speak. Your barriers have failed, Morwenth. Ella is free." And as if to punctuate her words from the chamber below, a sound, the sound of chains shattering, the sound of enchanted iron breaking under vampire strength that was no longer fully suppressed, the sound of the Crimson Queen rising. Morwenth's face went pale. "No! Yes!" Alira thrust both hands forward and light exploded toward the shadow demons, and the entire passage filled with brilliance, with power, with the wrath of a witch of light who'd been imprisoned, tortured, and pushed to her absolute limit, and who was done being merciful. The shadow demons didn't just die, they ceased to exist, unmade at a fundamental level, erased from reality by light so pure it couldn't tolerate their presence. All 27 of them, gone in 3 seconds. Morwenth stared in horror at where her creations had been. Then her eyes, blazing green with fury and fear and desperate rage, locked on Alira. "You should have stayed imprisoned, Witch of Light," Morwenth said, her voice dropping to something cold and lethal. "You should have stayed helpless." "And you," Alira said quietly, her white hair floating around her with residual magic, her turquoise eyes showing no mercy. "You should have killed me when you had the chance. Now it's too late." The 2 ancient magic users faced each other across the devastated passage, and the real battle, which against which, light against shadow, power against power, was about to begin. The first tremor hit just as Ella and the others reached the passage where Nera had frozen the shadow warriors. A rumble, deep, primal, the kind of sound stone makes when it's about to break. "What was that?" Maelor said, his eyes wide. The second tremor answered him, stronger. The floor beneath their feet shifted. Actually moved, buckling slightly, throwing everyone off balance. Marcus caught himself against the wall. "Earthquake?" he said. "Underground seismic?" "No," Alira interrupted, her face pale with understanding. "Not an earthquake. Crack. A sound like thunder splitting the sky, except they were miles underground. They all looked up and saw with growing horror cracks spreading across the cavern's ceiling like spider webs racing outward from some central place above them. Green crystals embedded in the walls began to explode. Not from Alira's magic this time, from the sheer stress of whatever Morwenth was doing. Boom! A crystal 3 feet from Ian's head detonated, spraying fragments that would have blinded him if Severapina hadn't pulled him aside. She's bringing down the mountain, Nera said, terror in her voice. She's going to unalive us all. Move now, Ella commanded, her voice cutting through the panic. We get the warriors and we get out now. They ran toward the frozen shadow warriors, over 100 of them, still held in place by Nera's stillest command, weapons at the ready but bodies immobile. Take their weapons! Marcus shouted, already grabbing a sword from the nearest warrior. Quickly! Everyone grabbed what they could. Swords, daggers, axes forged from shadow metal that felt cold and wrong but would cut just as effectively. Ian took a massive greatsword from a warrior that must have been a commander. Ella grabbed 2 twin daggers, lighter, faster, better suited to her fighting style. Seraphina claimed a spear. Maelor found a warhammer, and Nera, still exhausted, her magic barely flickering, took a simple short sword that she could at least swing if needed. Rumble. The entire mountain shook. Not a tremor this time, a full seismic event. The passage tilted. Stalactites broke free from the ceiling, massive spears of stone crashing down around them. One nearly crushed Marcus. Another shattered 3 feet from where Ella stood. The mountain is coming down! Alira shouted over the roar of destruction. We have minutes, maybe less. The warriors, Ian said. Where are my men? Where are they being held? They're scattered, Ian, Nera shouted back. Morin said she scattered them in cells throughout the caves. We don't have time to search every level, Ian, Seraphina said. Then we search the closest ones, Ella commanded. Alira, can you sense them? Sense concentrations of people. Alira closed her eyes, reaching out with what little magic that she had left. There. 2 levels up, she said. Large chamber on the eastern passage, I'm sensing. But there's 30 people in there, maybe 40. It's more than 0, Ella snapped. We go, now, before this entire mountain buries us. We save who we can. They ran, up the passage, up stairs that were cracking beneath their feet, through chambers where the ceiling was literally falling, where massive chunks of stone crashed down like meteors. The mountain groaned around them, a sound like a living thing in agony, like the earth itself was screaming. Boom! An entire section of passage behind them collapsed, sealing off their retreat. We can't go back, Your Majesty, Maelor shouted. That wall is gone. Keep going forward. Keep moving forward. They reached the stairs to the 2nd level, started climbing, and the stairs began to move. Shifted sideways as the stone supporting them cracked and buckled. Ian grabbed Nera before she fell, pulling her up with vampire strength. Marcus called Maelor, who lost his footing. They scrambled up the tilting, breaking staircase and burst into the 2nd level, just as the stairs behind them collapsed completely, taking many shadow warriors who'd been pursuing them down into darkness. There! Alira pointed to a massive iron door set into a far wall. That's where I'm sensing them! They ran toward it. The door was locked, barred from the outside. Stand back, Ian said. He raised the great sword he'd taken, brought it down with all his vampire strength against the locking mechanism. Clang! The lock held. Again! Ella commanded. Clang! A crack appeared in the metal. The mountain shook violently. The entire chamber they were in tilted, the floor becoming a slope. Again! Clang! The lock shattered. Ian and Marcus grabbed the door. Massive, designed to hold vampires, and pulled. It opened with a shriek of protesting metal, and inside were vampires, but only 10 of them. Packed into a cell barely large enough to hold half their number, all in chains, all exhausted and injured but alive. Your Majesties, one of them shouted. You came! You're actually... Did you get the other ones? No time for reunions now. The mountain is collapsing. We need to break these chains now. Everyone who could move rushed into the cell. Snap, snap, snap. With vampire strength, they broke the weakened chains. Shackles breaking, warriors freed. 10 of them. Where are the others? We don't know, Your Majesty. Where are the rest of our forces? Ian asked. I don't know, Your Majesty, Marcus said. Crack! The ceiling of the cell began to cave in. "We have to leave! Let's get out!" Ella screamed. "Everyone, out now!" They poured out of the cell. The passage they'd come from was gone, completely collapsed. The staircase leading upward was gone. They turned and ran the other way, through passages that were breaking apart around them, through chambers where the walls themselves were crumbling, past shadow warriors who were also fleeing, the difference between prisoner and guard meaningless now that everyone was just trying to survive. Upstairs they shifted and buckled beneath their feet, through corridors that narrowed as stone pressed inward, and all around them, destruction. The green crystals that had lit these passages for decades were exploding in chains, each one detonating and setting off the next like a deadly string of fireworks. Stalactites fell like rain. Stalagmites shattered. The very air was filled with stone dust so thick it was hard to breathe. "Keep moving!" Ella shouted from the front of the group. "Don't stop! Don't look back! Just move!" A warrior behind Nera stumbled. Marcus grabbed him, holding back to his feet, kept him moving. Another warrior fell as the floor beneath her gave way. Ian's hand shot out, caught her wrist, pulled her up with the strength born of desperation. But they could feel it, could feel the mountain dying around them, could feel tons of stone preparing to fall, could feel seconds remaining before everything came down. "There!" Alira shouted, pointing ahead. "I see the crimson moon! The entrance!" And yes, ahead in the passage, barely visible through the dust and debris, was light. Red light. The crimson moon. Freedom. "Sprint!" Ella commanded. "Everyone! Sprint now!" They ran faster than should have been possible. The 15 ran with vampire speed and human desperation and the absolute certainty that stopping meant death. They ran toward the light, toward moonlight that had never looked so beautiful, toward out. They burst from the mountain entrance like water from a broken dam. 44 people tumbling onto the rocky ledge outside, gasping, coughing up stone dust, barely able to believe they'd made it. And behind them the mountain collapsed. Not slowly, not gradually, all at once, as if Morwen's magic had been the only thing holding thousands of tons of ancient stone in place, and now she released it. Everything fell. The shadow warriors were gone. They fell off the sides. 15. The entrance they just escaped through vanished, sealed by a wall of falling rock. The peaks they'd flown began to crumble, and somewhere deep inside, too deep to escape, too deep to survive, the fortress that Morwen had built over centuries was being unmade, with her along with it. Crushed, destroyed, turned to rubble and dust and memory. The 15 stood on the ledge, exhausted, injured, traumatized, and watched the Thornspire Mountains collapse, watched as everything that Morwen had built turned to run, not knowing that she was crushed beneath it. And in the silence that followed the destruction, Ella spoke. "How many do we have?" They all turned and looked. 15, Your Grace. "We will honor them," Ella said, her voice thick with grief. "We'll remember their names. We'll tell their families they died heroes." She turned to face the group. "But right now, we need to get off this mountain and get back to Blackstone." Ella's hand pressed against her chest, against the place where her connection to the Crimson Moon still pulsed. "How do we get down from here?" she asked. And in the distance were Alira's drakes. Together the 15 flew away from the crumbled and destroyed Thornspire Mountains. And in the distance, though they couldn't see, on a peak that was still standing, stood one man with fury and rage flowing through him, a dark smile on his face. He turned and flew up into the darkness, not toward Blackstone, towards somewhere else, somewhere that he could regroup, plan, prepare, because the ritual might have failed. Morwen might be destroyed and collapsed with her mountain, but Lucian Blackstone wasn't finished. Not by a long shot. 15 warriors returned to Blackstone. The snow began to fall, familiar, constant, the way it always did in Blackstone territory. When Blackstone Castle appeared through the snow, the gate stood open. As the wagons entered, the crowd pressed forward. "The Queen! They brought her back! Are you injured?" No, I'm not." "Is the King injured?" "No, he is not." Lady Thorne, one of the Queen's ladies in waiting, pushed through the crowd, her face showing relief. Your Majesty, you're alive!" "We are," Ella said simply, stepping down. "Gather the court. We need to debrief," and then she paused, swaying slightly, and passed out in Ian's arms. Ian picked her up. "You need to rest," he finished firmly. "No," she came to, after the debriefing. The meeting was brief, status reports, casualty counts, immediate concerns addressed. Only 10 warriors remained. The rest perished beneath it. Morwen's fortress destroyed. "We will hold formal honors for the fallen tomorrow," Ella said. "Tonight, everyone rest. That's an order." 3 days later, formal court resumed. Ella sat on her throne, restored to her rightful place, Ian beside her. The court proceeded normally, reports given, decisions made, the machinery of government functioning as it should. Everything was returning to order. Hours passed, and then, as Ella sat listening to a taxation report, pain, sharp and sudden, lancing through her abdomen. Her hand went to her stomach instinctively, her face going white. The pain came again, accompanied by a surge of hunger, unlike anything she felt before. Blood. She needed blood. No, not me. Something else needs blood. Ella's eyes widened, her hand pressing hard against her stomach. Impossible. Ian noticed immediately. Ella, what's wrong?" She couldn't speak, could only stare at him. As the truth crystallized, Ian's gaze dropped to where her hand pressed against her abdomen. Understanding flashed across his face. "Are you?" Ella nodded once. Ian stood abruptly and fell to his knees. "Court is adjourned! Everyone out!" The advisors looked confused but didn't argue with the king's tone. The hall emptied quickly. When they were alone, Ian knelt beside her throne. "I'm pregnant," Ella said, her voice steady despite the shock. "It happened with Kalitza. They were both vampires. It could happen for us. I can feel it. Ian, there's a life inside of me. Our child. Ian stared at her, his expression unreadable. Then slowly, he placed his hand over hers on her stomach. A child. We're going to have a child. Yes. Ian looked up at her, his silver eyes intense. Are you all right? Is the baby all right? Hungry, Ella said. The baby needs blood. A lot of it, I think. Then we'll get you blood, as much as you need. Another sharp pain made Ella gasp. Now, preferably? Ian stood immediately, moving toward the door to summon servants. Ella remained on her throne. One hand pressed to her stomach, where impossible life was beginning. A child. Ian's child. Our child. An heir of Blackstone. She had survived captivity, torture, a collapsing mountain, had escaped impossible odds, and returned home victorious. And now she was carrying something beneath her heart. A vampire child, conceived by a turned vampire and born of the Crimson Queen. She smiled. What will you be? She wondered, staring down at her stomach. What kind of power do you have? The door opened. Ian and Miss Saddlebaum returned with a crystal decanter of fresh blood. Ella drank deeply, feeling the hunger ease, feeling the baby settle. When she finished, she looked at Ian. This changes everything. Yes. We'll need to tell the court eventually. Plan the secession, figure out what carrying a vampire child even means. Oh, Miss Ella, Queen Ella, you're a child. Miss Saddlebaum, shh. Yes, but tonight we don't say a word. No, Ian agreed, not tonight. He sat in his throne beside her and they remained there in silence. Two rulers, sitting in the darkness of their throne room, watching snow fall through the high window, processing the impossible truth. A child, an heir, the future, taking root in the present. Ella's hand remained on her stomach, protective and certain. Whatever challenges this brought, whatever impossibilities they had to face, they would face them, just as they faced everything else together. You should rest, Ian said finally. Yes, but neither moved, just sat there in the quiet and the darkness under the eternal gaze of the crimson moon, waiting for what came next, for the future that was already beginning, for the child that would be born into eternal night and shaped by forces neither of them fully understood. Ours, Ella thought, her hand pressing against her stomach one final time before standing. Whatever you become, whatever power you carry, you're ours. Epilogue. News reached Lord Veyron's estates. Word was carried across the fields into the manor house. He stood up from his chair, the rightful heir to the Veyron name, to his lands, to his fortune. So, Queen Ella is going to have a child. Well, I suppose it's time that I threw a little monkey wrench in their plans. Lucian Blackstone smiled darkly and looked out the window at the crimson moon he would claim his throne. The story continues in Book 3, The Bastard's Crown, coming soon. Woo! Oh my goodness. Thank you, X. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you, Sandy. So glad that y'all liked it. So glad. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, it is done. Oh my goodness. You are welcome, Queen Loyal. Most welcome. You're welcome, Alicia. You're welcome, Amy. Good night to all. So stay tuned. Probably, somewhere. I'm going to take a little break just so I can rest, recover. 2 books completed, and already making plans for sequels. You're welcome, Lily. Good night to everyone. Melanie, what do you think? Book number 3. Good night to everyone. Don't forget, tomorrow night on PFL, we are going to wrap up case number 9, the Golden Gate Bridge. Thank you all for support. Thank you for staying here with me all night long. Thank you so much. I'm telling you, it doesn't get better than y'all. You're absolutely amazing. I love you all. Sweet dreams to everyone. Lily, you will be able to buy those books. I just have to find a publisher that I like. I had one publisher and wasn't happy at all. So I will be finding another one. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow night on PFL. Good night.